Okay, welcome Councilmember Cutrano from 20473 Mazama Place, Bend, Oregon 97702. All right, so I would like to call the Fairfax Town Council regular meeting to order. It's 6:32. This is July 17th. We're in the Fairfax Women's Club, 46 Park Road, Fairfax, California. And with that, we'd like to, and I'm opening a hybrid meeting. And if you'd like to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And as I mentioned, we're going to do a roll call vote first. So, Madam Clerk, could you go ahead and take care of that?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Here. And before I ask for approval of the agenda, I want to mention that we are going to continue item 6, which is consider adopting a resolution establishing a pilot program for short-term special events on private property. So that will be continued to a date uncertain at this time. And do I need a motion for that?
I have a change to the agenda.
Well, before you do that, I just want to ask, do I need a motion to continue that?
We should make a motion, yes.
Okay, could we do that first and then? Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion to continue item 6 to
Second.
date uncertain.
Okay, and so that was Councilmember Ackerman, second Hellman. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Hellman, what did you want to change?
Consent agenda item 14, I would like to pull, please.
Okay, we don't do that now. We do that when we
Okay.
get to the consent.
When
calendar.
we're ready to do that.
Okay, that's later.
Madam Mayor, if I may interrupt, I'm sorry. The police chief would be on Zoom. So if you'd like to have that item first.
No, I don't want to do it first. We have other items of business to take care of.
Okay.
And he's on Zoom, so he'll be able to wait. And so I apologize, Chief, but we have a lot of business to take care of tonight.
Can we move it to item 6?
We're
On the
not
regular
doing it
agenda?
right now. We can, when we get to consent, we can decide if we want to put it up
Okay.
after. All right. So can I get a
So
motion to
I'll
approve
make
the
a
agenda?
motion to approve the agenda with that, the item 6 continued and the affidavit of posting.
All right. Would somebody like to second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so that was Councilmember Ackerman, second Vice Mayor Blash. And would you do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk, please?
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, so I will go ahead and read the land. For anyone who's on your phone, please go outside or having conversations. I'll go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I will go ahead and read the meeting protocol. And the meeting protocol is the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in the silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. I also want to mention we had a closed session and there's nothing to report out. So with that, I believe we're doing a presentation on our bridges projects, and that would be our Public Works Director, Lauren Burtis.
Thank you, Mayor Kohler. And I'd also like to introduce our consultant, Nader Tamaneh from MGE Engineering, who has been involved in our projects for a number of years. We do have a presentation, and let's see if I can get on here quickly.
Welcome, Nader. If you're going to speak, you need to press the button.
Thank you.
Okay, nice to see you. All right, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Let me just bring up
And you can pull that down if you like. It-
presentation
It
up.
flexes. Thank you.
Lauren, I have it.
You have it up?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm also bringing it up here. Thank you for that. So we do have, we do have a presentation here. This is, you titled this. And this is down. Thank you. We do have a long presentation, and I know that there are some questions, so we'll go through this quickly. The presentation is available. We'll make sure that it's online. I believe it is already on now, but we'll go through some of these details, and obviously we'll answer questions once we're done. So if you can go to the first page, please. So the town of Fairfax has currently 4 bridge projects that have been in progress for a significant amount of time. They are Meadowway Bridge, which is a structurally deficient bridge, which needs to be fully removed and replaced. We have a bridge preventative maintenance project, which includes the bridges at Canyon Road, Spruce Road, and Marin Road. And that work requires some improvements to those bridges to help with seismic and strength and safety. We also have a Creek Road Bridge project, which is a seismically vulnerable bridge, which it will receive a retrofit. And then the 4th project is the Azalea Avenue Bridge, which is a replacement and modification of the area surrounding that bridge. Go to the next page. These projects are funded to one degree or another, either 88% or 100% through Caltrans and through federal monies. The process is a long and arduous one. These projects have been started many years ago and are still moving forward, but it does take a lot of time. Generally, these types of projects have different phases, which must be completed before you can move on to the next phase. Generally, they begin with preliminary engineering, which is design and environmental studies, right-of-way acquisition, if easements are needed or the construction work is going to take place in or around private property. There's also negotiations with utilities and finally the final design and approval. Then it moves into construction. The important part is that funds are applied to each phase separately. You need to complete each phase and then you can move on to the next one. So that's something that takes a significant amount of time and is just kind of a struggle on what we're dealing with today. One note is that CEQA, if it is required on any of these bridge projects, is something that is the responsibility of the town. That's not funded by the program, but it is by us. And so that's just another process on these projects. If you go to the next one, and we don't need to go through all these details, but what we included on these is a timeline of the events for each one of these projects. So you can see that under Meadowway Bridge, the planning and engineering funds were applied for in 2010. This is a project that's going to be 88.57% federally funded. We are currently in the right-of-way acquisition phase of that project. When I came on board as Director of Public Works for the town of Fairfax, it had just been discovered that there were 2 parcels found on a title report that were in the middle of the roadway that had not been known to the project team. And so right now we're in the process of working with Caltrans to get the additional funding in order to do an eminent domain on those two parcels. We're also at the phase of working with the neighbors soon for permanent and temporary construction easements to allow for that project to progress. So you can see on here on this presentation that you'll have that we'll be doing that eminent domain in Q4 of 2024. We will continue to be working with the neighbors on those permanent and temporary easements. And if you go to the next page, please. We're currently working with the utilities, PG&E, AT&T, Ross Valley Sanitary to make sure that they're on board with our project and being able to put, not only the temporary services in while the bridge is being removed and demolished, but also putting in the final utilities once we're completed. We'll be going through regulatory permits, which will require going through Fish and Wildlife and other agencies. And at this point, our construction is projected to begin in fiscal year 25-26, which is the spring of 26. The important part about these projects is that because they are located above creeks, there is generally a window of time in which you can do the construction. So you cannot work in and around creeks outside of that window of, I believe it's June through October. So if unfortunately we miss certain dates or given additional scope by Caltrans and it takes more time to complete that phase, then it means that we can't get started when we want to, and it pushes out an additional year. So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said we're starting in 2026 spring. And if we have to stop in June 2026, we're not getting the bridge replaced in 2026.
So in 2026, the intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nader, but the intention is that in the November of 25, we'll have our construction drawings completed. We'll put that out into the market. In March or so of 2026, we will begin construction on the land side. At the point that we then enter into June is when we will be working within the creek and working within that zone, and we'll continue to do so until we reach that October of 2026. Is that correct?
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you said June through October. Okay.
If others have questions, do you want them as we go, or do you want us to wait till the end?
I'll try to go through this as quickly and we can come back to it because I do know that there are some questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the rest of it will go quickly because a lot of the information is similar. So if you go to the next page, please. So the next program is our bridge preventative maintenance program. You can see again, we have dates of when this project first started in 2010. Again, the phases are 88.53% federally funded. There are a number of details about what has happened, about requiring the fish ladder, for instance, having to work with different agencies and they all having to work out between themselves. There's also a process where we, under certain circumstances, are required to meet with tribal representatives because they may be areas where there might be cultural resources found. Those consultations took place in 2023. And the tribal representatives came to the sites and did some research and sought out as to whether or not there were any cultural resources found. That process has been completed. That now then moves us into the next phase of completing our CEQA and NEPA. And so if you go to the next page, you'll see again, we are at the process where we are going to be certifying the NEPA. We'll be submitting, we're reviewing right now our CEQA documents that will be coming before council, hopefully in late August or September. So those CEQA documents are currently being reviewed by our legal counsel. And so you can see that there is work that we need to do. We'll have to do some right-of-way work and acquisition, targeting for construction for those projects for the BPMP is for fiscal year 2026. You go to the next page, please. Again, this is very similar. Creek Road Bridge, the project started in 2010. In this particular case, that bridge is 100% federally funded. There is additional dates here about when we're going through our NEPA certification, our draft CEQA documents, and eventually we'll be coming before the council for that CEQA certification. And again, September, October. If you can go to the next page, please. We'll be conducting community review of those CEQA documents in August of 2024. And again, there is right-of-way negotiations that will have to take place before we can start construction. Construction is now targeted for fiscal year 2026. We go to the next page. Azalea Avenue is our fourth project, started a little bit later than the other, so it is not as far along as the other projects, but it is in fact 100% federally funding. This project involves removal of that bridge and having to do significant amount of work on the roadway to raise the elevation of the roadway since the bridge is located within a floodplain. There has been some initial consultation with the neighborhood and those affected by that. That was just a very initial start process, but we will be continuing to have further discussions with residents as we continue to move forward. And we'll continue to have follow-up meetings and let everyone know what's going to be taking place. For this particular project, construction is currently envisioned for 2028 in late spring. So we have a few more years to work on that and try to figure out the details. In some ways, the Azalea Avenue Bridge may prove to be very difficult because it does have a number of landside improvements that need to take place. The other projects are mostly focus upon the bridges themselves, but in this particular project for Azalea, we'll have to focus a little bit of time on the land side and some improvements there that may be a little difficult for some of the neighbors in that process, but we'll work those details out. So that concludes the presentation part, and Nader and I are available for any questions.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you for that presentation. Really, I think the public really appreciate having that out there too. Lauren, a couple questions. The first, obviously these were initiated a very, very long time ago before any of us. The federal funds that were committed, that were applied for and committed, did you have to reapply for any of those funds? It's not a use it or lose it situation. I just want to confirm for myself, for the public, that those are secure funds.
It is my understanding that they are secured funds, and Nader can go into that in a little further detail. What does change is that as the programs progress from 2010
Right.
to today,
Is the price
those
tag.
numbers
Yeah.
have to necessarily change.
Right.
And that's one of the tasks that Nader has been involved in particular along Meadow Way, for instance. The original amount of funding for the right-of-way acquisition was $216,000, which exists and which is available. However, that was originally given to the town for the acquisition and dealing with the easements for 3 parcels. Since that original time, we've learned that there are additional parcels that that need to be dealt with around the bridge, and then those 2 other parcels that we found doing a title search. So now I believe we have 5 parcels that we have to negotiate with. We are in communication with Caltrans as recently as yesterday, I believe, about getting that additional funding to do that acquisition. So I think the short answer is, and Nader, you can confirm that yes, we do have the confirmations on funding. We are required to reach out to them and let them know that these projects are still continuing, and we do have some deadlines. Nader, can you please add into that?
Yes, I should add that the word secured is not exactly correct. The way these projects work, they get funded in phases.
Mm-hmm.
And within the phase or the following phase, they get programmed. And as you approach the end of the current phase, then, we work toward getting those authorized. So there's a process involved in getting the actual money to bill Caltrans for reimbursement on.
Right.
So they're programmed. You work with Caltrans and get them, agree on what is appropriate. Then they put it in the pipelines and goes through, various massagings
Sure.
and eventually gets authorized. And, for sometimes it's 1 year, one fiscal year ahead. In the past few years, it's been as many as 2 to 3 fiscal years that we've had to wait for the money because Caltrans has been going through a so-called financial constraint.
Okay.
So that's kind of roughly the
Right.
process.
I mean, sorry to interrupt, but just one of the questions I asked prior, are there any deadlines on any of the grant funds? For example, the maintenance bridges, which have specific construction dates. We ran into this on something else where, and I was here for the beginning of the bridges projects with Nutter and folks. You weren't here. But are there any deadlines that we're going to hit? Those projects to me sort of stand out because they're easier, quicker. Does that work? Go ahead.
There certainly are deadlines, and you start with a contract essentially between the town and Caltrans. Once those monies are authorized, they actually send a contract to the town, and you go into an agreement, a 7-year agreement with Caltrans to finish the project. If the 7-year comes along, and say you're stalled on environmental issues, come up, they extend it by an additional 2 years. And then in between this time, whenever, you cross a phase into the next phase, the whole thing is up for renewal again. So the new phase can, again, have those monies are tied to new deadlines, and those deadlines, based on the scope of the work, could be much further ahead, further back, if you will, further in the future than the original one. So per phase, the deadlines change.
Okay, well, I didn't want us to get in a situation, since these bridge projects started several years ago, that we were going to be hitting a deadline where we would lose the funding. So just wanted to check on that. And it sounds like the answer is we can get extensions. One last question, and I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm usually last. Are we impacted at all by the state fiscal situation? Is Caltrans impacted by that? Are they cutting back on funds?
These monies are mainly federal.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Federal dollars. So really the biggest impact is the federal situation. In the past, it used to be that the federal government would pass a 4-year bill for transportation, and California would get about these monies were about $600 billion for every 4 years. And Caltrans and California would get about 10%, about 60 billion plus or minus of that every 4 years. But since about pre-COVID, 2016, 17 on, the 4-year programs went by the wayside. Now they're authorizing things on a yearly basis. So that's complicated the money situation. And that's one reason it's taking 3 additional fiscal years to get the money for the next phase.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm sorry for going first or second. Other council members?
I appreciate that very much and look forward to hearing more from you. Related to Meadowway Bridge and engaging with that group of neighbors, I just was hoping, and if you don't know the answer to this yet, that's perfectly fine, but I wanted to understand what, like I noticed on the Azalea, you have something planned, some type of workshop in the first quarter of 25. So this is a sort of a very charged community. and there's lots of opinions and input. And I just want to make sure that the facts of this project come from the town and not others who are claiming to pay attention and know better than anybody else. So what is your plan? I know there's individual issues with specific neighbors' parcels that you have to work out, specific stuff, right? But what is the game plan as far as engaging with that community, that group?
Thank you for the question. Nodder certainly has more history with that group of residents and has been in communication with them for a number of years. In fact, under certain circumstances, they call me and ask to speak with Nodder. So we'll continue to do that. We can clearly do a little bit better in letting everyone know kind of the general progress of the project. Over the last year or so, it seems that Nodder and I have been going back and forth with Caltrans trying to make sure that we have the commitment to the funding for the current phase of right-of-way. But going forward, we will be reaching out to them for some of these easements and dealing with them individually. But Nodder and I should work and continue to work on trying to get communications out to the group as a whole. We have all of their contact information.
Yeah, I would. So
so
we
I
have
think we can
we have a Bridges webpage, right?
That's correct.
So this is excellent. Just this grid, I would recommend getting in front of the questions with pushing it out onto the website and to, when it makes sense, the newsletter. But I would recommend being proactive rather than reactive because the rumor mill, just enough said.
If I may add to
Yeah.
what Lauren said, there's about 28 households on Meadowway,
Yeah.
and we have a email list, and we communicate the routine stuff with them as they come up. However, even more importantly, for those who are immediately affected by the project, namely the 5 homeowners and those who are right there at the bridge, we've actually been talking with them separately. We've long let them know that their properties are going to be, affected. There are no takes. There is one take that is, right next to the bridge, and the owner actually wants to dedicate that, to sell that to the project. But the short of it is that we've had a specific communication with the impacted homeowners, and then more general with the rest of the street and the rest of the town.
I just want to add, Heather and I were out in that area, I think about a year ago. And I think Stephanie's point is well taken. There was a lot of engagement with that community when we were going through the various designs, et cetera. But there was a couple, for example, who were asking us, when is this happening? And I don't think we've done, I realize you're working very closely with people for the right-of-way stuff, but I think we need to get the word out, what the plan is, what the schedule is to the greater community of those 28 houses. You can always say there could be some delays, but this is our current plan because we didn't have the answers. So I think Stephanie's point is well taken. And I don't think it's been several years since there's been specific engagement with the entire group. So just a thought. I think that will go a long way. Appreciate your comments.
Point well taken. And I'm making no excuses. Again, the project went into a hiatus this past couple of years because of funding and lack of funding. But we, during the last 2 years, we've had at least 2 or 3 email, and the latest one was about four months ago, maybe, with the residents, bringing them up to date. But you can never overdo communication. Totally agree.
Okay,
we'll do
thank
better
you.
job.
Vice Mayor Blash, did you have some
I
questions?
was just going to say quickly that I know from some communications that some of the residents have been very, very anxious about the state of the bridge up until the time that it gets fixed. And it seems like there's been some interim repairs that have helped with that. But I just want to make sure that we're constantly in contact with them about that because, there's a certain level of concern about being able to get out of that community. And then the other thing is just, is there anything, these are federal funds. Is there anything at the federal level, say change administration, that would change our ability to get that funding for these bridges?
No, these are usually not, well, it all depends on, what the federal government passes. The last infrastructure bill pumped a whole bunch of money into the infrastructure for the entire nation. But once they're earmarked for the state, and I believe they're still doing this on a year-to-year basis versus 4-year to 4-year basis, then the monies are they're spoken for. However, there's no guarantees. Like I said, in the past several years, things have slowed down. Eventually, they pay for the projects, but they say, sorry, just have to come back, in fiscal year 2020. I mean, we have that actually on paper, that, these how these projects are programmed. And it used to be, it was pretty much immediate. If your scope increased and you needed additional dollars, you acted well ahead of time so that you don't run out of money and then go ask for money. And then you were guaranteed that, they would have it programmed for the next fiscal year. But that guarantee is kind of gone by the wayside. Things have slowed down. They don't go away. The share changes. The share has changed on some of these products. Anything new that comes along now, instead of 11.5% local, 88.5% federal, is 20% local, 80% federal. So there are changes. They do adjust things based on the mood of the nation.
Okay, I see Councilmember Catrano has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for all the good questions thus far. I had a question for Nader, and I appreciate the mayor's comments that these projects have been going on for a couple years, but I mean they've been going on for a decade and a half almost, and I'm curious, given that you just mentioned whether it's the FHWA federal dollars that are being moved through Caltrans to reimburse us for these projects, or if that's the right way the money flows, and the federal funding is pretty secure. There's also been this hiatus that you referred to over the last couple years, so it seems like there are things out of our control as a town with Caltrans that could, in theory, continue to push out the very ambitious or very good timeline that Lauren has just put forward. Am I correct in understanding that remains a kind of outstanding asterisk on this whole timeline that we're currently presenting here? That it's not the federal dollars per se, but there's something that happens in that intermediary stage with Caltrans where they might just continue to push this out for years potentially. Is that correct?
There is that possibility. There's always, the unforeseen. The key is being proactive and trying to foresee that and act ahead of time. This hiatus that we just talked about, we put the paperwork for that in 2022, and just now are they coming to address the need that we expressed in the applications, the forms that we submitted. So there's always that, but my own MO is to establish a relationship with the folks at Caltrans. There's the district, there's the headquarters in Sacramento, District 4 in Oakland, and we get to work with the bosses and their immediate staff, and make it understood to them that this is a community needed project, and most of the time they go by the book, but occasionally they listen and make way for projects. So to answer your question, yes, there's always that possibility. The key to it is having that relationship with these folks and working with them, foreseeing things coming down the pike.
Thank you.
And I have a quick follow-up to that, which is, you know, as electeds, we're kind of one degree of separation from you and Lauren, you know, boots on the ground, working on this, working directly with the folks at District 4 at Caltrans. But, you know, we do have relationships through TAM with folks at Caltrans. We do have relationships with our Assembly member, the Senate Pro Tem McGuire, and have been in the room with them and Caltrans on various projects in the county. I'm curious if you think it would benefit the town for the council or the mayor to directly correspond with the folks at Caltrans at any point in time in this process, given that it has been 14 plus years in the making. And if any of these bridges fail before we get this across the finish line, it's serious consequences for those community members on the other side of those bridges. So just curious if you think, Nader, that there's any benefit to us as electeds connecting with either our representatives in Sacramento and just letting them know of the need to get these projects done and how long they've been, in the works, or directly corresponding with Caltrans at any point in time.
I would leave that decision to the council and the decision makers in this town. The way I've been working this job for 45 years, this career, I started in 1979, and my experience, and I started with Caltrans, was always that you try to resolve things at the local level as much as possible. And if folks begin to become unreasonable, that's when you ratchet things up. And you want to wait till, that situation comes up, and if things get jammed up so that they're not reasonable anymore, then certainly it's a good call to get the representatives involved. We recently had an experience with that on Meadow Way, and calls were made to District 4, and the answers to the Assemblyman's office were a little bit vague. We're still trying to work with them and find out what they meant by the answer. They said that the project is funded. We're beginning to understand what they mean by saying that the project was funded. They had essentially mentioned to the Assemblyman that the project is funded, and so we're beginning to discover what that means.
So why don't you, I guess, I think there's always a danger of going above people's head where you might alienate them, but where you find that there are log jams, following on to Councilmember Catrano's suggestions, if there is a log jam and you need help trying to break through that log jam, I think talking to Lauren, talk to Heather, and we can try to intercede. Councilmember Catrano is on TAM and has a lot of, ability, but letter from the mayor. I mean, there's a delicate balance there. So just think about that in the future. Did you have other questions, Councilmember Catrano? Okay.
No, I think that's helpful just to understand that, we can do so much to move this along, but we still have some potential limitations to this timeline or obstacles to reaching this exact timeline. But I also wanted to totally second what Councilmember Hellman was mentioning about just, taking what we have here, refurbishing that Bridges webpage on our website, and just trying to make sure that we correspond with the communities affected as often as possible when we get new information, just because everybody's wondering, and then maybe false or not totally accurate information can start to spread, and then we have to start trying to backtrack and figuring out how to unwind that. So appreciate everything that y'all are doing.
Thank you. Any other questions of the council? Seeing none, I'd like to open it up to public comment. Nodder, you can push that button, shut it down, and we're going to give people 2 minutes each. We've got a lot of business to take care of tonight. So, Mr. Egger.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Frank Aker from the Cascades. The staff report says the cost of replacing 2 and repairing the other 4 bridges is $10 million. In the past, the staff reports included the amount spent to date for each of the bridges and the estimated cost to actually rebuild the 2, replace the 2, and repair the other 4. What's interesting is for 50 years, we always were told Fairfax owned the bridge and the parcel under the bridge, the parcel that goes under the bridge and turns and goes to the west. I don't see how you can make an informed decision, financial decision, without knowing the cost of each of the 6 bridges. One of the runners on the Meadoway Bridge is cracked, broken. I don't know if any of the residents have contacted any of you, but there's a problem with that bridge. There are locations where the cross 3x12s are actually rotten and they're tripping hazard, but the town hasn't maintained the upper parts of the bridge in some time. The town did some work down in the creek to brace up the foundations. Is there a reason Fairfax is not maintaining the bridge these days?
I think what we need to hear is if you find issues on the bridge, feel free to let us know. And Lauren is very responsive. And you brought that up today, so I'm sure Lauren will be out there checking out the bridge.
One of the employees said that they were going to go out and fix the bridge, but they were told not to because the bridge was owned by Caltrans, not Fairfax. That's
Well,
what I heard.
I think
through the grapevine.
that's information that may be misinformation, but I think if you find things that you see, because you live right there, we have a form on our website that you can email. And Lauren is really responsive. So please let us know if you see other things.
Thank you. I just thought either the police department or your public works people would have said something. Obviously they did because they had lumber purchased to fix the bridge, but we're told not to touch the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, okay, next comment.
Hi, Todd Greenberg speaking. Councilman Cutrano had a good idea that I don't think should just be enacted on an ad hoc, selective, arbitrary basis. I would suggest that the process right now, at least to what I'm understanding of it this evening, is cuckolding information, if that's the right word, or not sharing information as freely as it should be with the Fairfax government for planning purposes. That if this information was updated on a monthly or a quarterly basis with a clear timeline so that everybody could comprehend this and future council members could comprehend this and the public could comprehend this, along with, as our former 7-time mayor Frank Ager just stated, that the numbers, the costs of these projects need to be present. This 2-page staff report, which represents millions of dollars worth of expenditures, talks about percentages, but there's no actual dollars or list detail of funding sources per project or schedule dates. I personally would find it hard to make a educated vote or decision or recommendation without the necessary data. And I think this should be provided on a regular basis and publicly posted on the Town of Fairfax website for all to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Hello, council. I really don't know what your negotiations are going on with Nodder. Nodder is very talented and he's done this for a long time. And I think that, again, as Todd said, if this was transparent, you'd have the support and help of your community, including people that live next door to these bridges. If there's a difficulty, again, if you would publish these things, people might be able to offer help. And as soon as you can write down a problem, you can solve it. If you do not make the problem clear, people can't solve it, they can't help you. But I also follow up to what Todd said. I remember when I offered my bridge to this council and it was denied, the quote was, "It could help me." So that's short-sightedness. But even from that time, what I don't see on your current information are costs. And as Todd correctly said, how can you represent that you're following through? How can you vote on something? How can you solicit a bid? How can you expect Caltrans or anybody else to fund something if you can't give a reasonable expectation and appraisals and cost estimates to complete something? If you're so nebulous that you're like Jello nailing to a tree, they can't work with you. It's incumbent on you to say, we have a problem. Here's a cost. Can you please fund this? We're ready to move forward. And I believe the window that Lauren was speaking about is April 15th to October 15th. There's plenty of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Madam Clerk, do we have any comments on Zoom?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, I just want to bring this back. I want to remind folks that there is no vote being taken tonight. I also want to let folks know that I had asked for this update. We haven't heard about the bridges in a while, and staff did the best job they could trying to put together what they felt was pertinent information. I think we need to make sure our bridge website is updated. It probably hasn't been looked at for a while. And I think the idea of the full costs as we know them should be included. But I think we tend to criticize, and staff did the best job they could trying to portray what they thought was the most important information. No vote tonight. This is really an update, and I want to thank Nodder and also Lauren for putting this together. And I think we should consider talking about this in about 6 months again. I don't think monthly is necessary. I don't think quarterly is necessary, but let's really check out that website, and also let's do a check at Meadowway Bridge. Okay, thank you. Moving on to our next item, and this is open time. But before I open up open time, first of all, I want to read a couple of things. One is, this is a time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes. This council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item. If there are still, and this is government code 54954.2, if there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. I also want to point out that I'm going to do 15 minutes in the room, then go to 15 minutes on Zoom. So it's fair for those folks who weren't able to come in. But before I open time, I'd like to read a quick statement. I'd like to just say that I would appreciate if speakers would refrain from using profanity and or disparaging people based on race, religion, orientation, or country of origin. While I'm aware that our ability to silence these type of comments is constrained by the Brown Act and the First Amendment, I'm asking everyone to please be civil and refrain from such disparagement in your comments. What I can do, however, is disconnect anyone whose comments disrupt the orderly conduct of our meeting and or absent appropriate findings are not under the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not germane to the topic or matter being discussed. Should I determine an individual's comments are not within the council subject matter jurisdiction or are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will be disconnecting that individual from making further comments. As well, should we have any disturbances in the room that are disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, I will not hesitate to take a break and clear the room. I will ask everyone in the room and on Zoom to remember what I said before I take public comments on agenda items or on the consent calendar. So with that, we're going to open it up to public comments. It is 7:22, so we will go to 7:37 in the room, and it'll be 2 minutes per speaker, please. Mr. Solomons, welcome. You need to press the button.
It was already pressed. This is open comment. This is not about the comment.
Open time, not on.
Great. That's why I'm here, and I'm glad that I could make it. First, I just want to recognize that the last meeting we were talking about the proclamation, and Chance had mentioned, and the proclamation mentioned there was a history of doing this. And I checked with Christine, and as far as I know, and as far as we can find out, the only other proclamation made was on Ukraine. So I would not call that history for precedent in Fairfax. There was graffiti in the skate park, as you know, very soon after. Very upsetting to see that, using the word genocide, I believe, which is a huge problem with language. So I have a proposal. United Against Hate Week is coming up in September. I would like to invite Fairfax to host a dialogue with someone from the Palestinian camp and someone who's a Zionist who believes in the homeland of Jewish people being Israel. It's amazing to imagine some people don't even want to be in the same room with someone who has a knife at their throat. And that could be either side, you know, just not feeling comfortable. So I would like to see proposed that we host that here, and someone like Mark Phillips could be a moderator, or there's an organization called Braver Angels that I'm just learning about, and that's national, that's also working on bringing Republicans and Democrats together to be in the same room and talk, you know, and try and find common ground. So I leave that. Perhaps there's another way to officially propose this. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to mention I've been on this council for many years, and we've done many proclamations. I believe I brought one on Armenian genocide years ago. So it is historic. I'm sure Mr. Egger can speak to that as well. So next speaker, please.
Hello, council. But the council chooses what is and isn't heard. And so even back in March, when I came up here during open time to discuss Measure A for the high schools, you shut me down and said it's not for a place for political speech. That was you, Mayor Kohler. So again, you're not very consistent. And open time is for the purpose of people to share things that impacts their communities. So I think the last presentation was certainly valid. And again, you're very subjective of who you allow to continue or bring forth that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I want to remind this council that the Brown Act has an express commitment to permitting speakers to criticize the legislative body and its members. This is from Cal City's publication. It's best practice to allow such speech to occur unless facts show the speech is actually disrupting a city council meeting. I don't think this town council has been practicing best practices. So please take criticisms that are made as concerned criticisms from concerned community members. Now I have a criticism I want to share with you that is a constructive one. I and other members of the public here have been asking for consent items that need more time to be discussed to be pulled for the last few years. Yet, not once when I have asked for consent calendar items to be pulled has this council ever pulled a consent calendar item. Something's wrong there. That's all I'll say for now, except that I believe that this council has stifled free speech many a time and discouraged people from coming here. And I was particularly dismayed at the last town council meeting where Councilwoman Lizelle Blash observed, and I may be in error here, please correct me if I am, that she didn't think that the members of the public that were taking time to write in or come and speak to you represented the rest of the town. That was very, very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers in the room? Mark?
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Just to second what Todd said, if someone makes a comment like on the previous presentation about it would be nice if it was more transparent, if it would be better if the costs that had been accrued so far, what the costs expected was delineated clearly. How is that a criticism? If the town staff didn't have a chance to do it, to do a more complete staff report on it, maybe they should have just taken another couple of weeks to do that. I understand that there were vacations involved and we're kind of late for our first meeting of the month. But if a couple of weeks into August would have given a more detailed report, maybe it should have been postponed. Doesn't mean that everything that everyone says that's different from what you're thinking is an off-the-wall criticism or an attack. Sometimes they're suggestions, but you never take them like that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? What?
When you're
Oh.
done, thank you. That's what I was going to ask. Thanks.
Okay, are there
There
speakers?
is one speaker on Zoom. Ava, you are unmuted.
Ava, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. I'm sorry that took longer than I thought. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks so much. I did want to point out that I provided some coverage and video of what occurred at the last Fairfax Town Council meeting with some analysis, and that's available at marincountyconfidential.substack.com. There's a subsequent article after that article that goes into more depth about the peace movement in general, but also the history of the anti-Zionist movement within the Jewish community. And then the most recent article deals with documents that I retrieved via CPRA that show some of the extent of the influence of JCRC/Banjo. And I think these are really relevant, especially given what we learned 10 days ago from, or about, well, now 12 days ago from the Lancet magazine, which has had to adjust civilian fatalities in Gaza of Palestinian people due to Israel's genocidal bombing of the area. Their most conservative estimate now is 186,000 people. If you consider that maybe half of Gaza is people 18 and under, we're talking about an extraordinary and terrifying number of young people having been killed. And as Israel continues to flounder and lose, it is going to become more desperate. And those numbers are going to ratchet up. And in fact, the upward estimate from the Lancet is 600,000. It's something that's important to keep in mind when you hear people like Mark Solomon speak at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
All right. Well, we're closing out that item and we're moving on to the regular agenda. And this is authorize the town manager to award contract to Miller Pacific Engineering Group for design and administration services for Tamalpais Berry retaining wall not to exceed $182,000. Authorize town manager to solicit bids for construction and authorize town manager to award contract for construction to not exceed $400,000. And it looks like Lauren, you're on again.
Thank you, Mayor Kohler, and I'll share my screen if I may. Send request. Am I on? Am I shared at this point? Okay, that would be great. Thank you. We have just a very small, short presentation first to give some details about the event. There is one small error on your staff report. It does state that the piece of equipment fell on May 27th. That's on the first page of your staff report. In fact, the date of the incident was May 24th, which was a Friday before the Memorial Day holiday. And if you want to bring that presentation up. What we're coming to discuss tonight is that on this May 24th of 2024, while a contractor working on behalf of PG&E and was doing road repavement along Tamalpais and Berry Road, and as they were using this significantly heavy piece of equipment, approximately 40,000 pounds, a portion of the roadway collapsed underneath that piece of equipment, causing it to roll over and land upon an MMWD pump station. So if you go to the next page, there are some pictures that we can share with you on this as well.
Technical difficulties? There it goes.
All right. So on May 24th, which was a Friday, a large asphalt grinder, which I can describe as kind of like a giant asphalt Zamboni, if you will, was repaving, was in the process of repaving a section of Berry Trail at Tamalpais. As I mentioned, the roadway collapsed underneath it, causing this vehicle to roll over onto its back on top of an MMWD pump station. No utilities were lost for any of the local residents. However, we did have to disable that pump station, which supplies water to the tanks that serve that region of Fairfax. When first responders and the contractor and PG&E were all on site, we were trying to figure out how to extricate that machine. It was decided at that point to step back, bring in some experts, spend some time trying to figure out how we were going to remove that machine and do it safely without causing any further damage. Ultimately, the following Thursday, we were able to come up with an extraction plan and the equipment necessary to do it. So we were able to pull that machine out on Thursday, the 30th. And so following that, we were able to move that machine immediately. Thereafter, we started working with Miller Pacific Engineering Group, who acts often as the town's engineer and designer for certain infrastructure projects, to start looking at an option for replacement of that wall. If you can go to the next page, please. So currently what we're asking the council to consider is to engage the services of Miller Pacific to design a new soldier pile wall, essentially in the same layout that the existing wall was placed. We believe that that's the fastest way that we can get this replaced. PG&E or the subcontractor or trying to get MMWD to replace the wall. We're not at that stage. We believe that we have some responsibility on that wall, although that's not entirely determined. But we believe that, us moving forward on the wall is the fastest way to get that wall repaired, open Berry Trail to its residents for vehicular traffic, and then to allow MMWD to start the repair in their pump station. So that's what we're asking for tonight, which is a design contract not to exceed $192,000 with Miller Pacific.
182?
182.
Thank
My
you.
apologies. In order to design, provide construction administration, a contingency amount, and also assist with bidding documents. Then we will be putting this out to the market to get bids, and we're asking the council to allow the town manager to award a contract up to $400,000 without having to return back at a regularly scheduled meeting with the council. If we do receive bids that exceed that $400,000, we will either schedule or convene a special meeting, or we'll wait until the regular meeting of the council to come back for your authorization to award. If the time frame that I'm looking at works, and we're able to get these plans out, we anticipate going out to bid in late July and August of this year, 2024. And we hope that we would be able to give a notice of an award to a contractor if under $400,000 by late August. And that allows us to then do a construction period for repairing that wall between September and October of 2024 before the rains start. So it's a very accelerated program, but we believe that it's certainly doable at the cost that we have. If you can go to the next slide, please. Attached are just a few photographs from the incident, and you can see in the first picture on the left that the white machine, the white vehicle in there that's leaning up against that pump house, that is the asphalt grinding machine. That's another, the other picture is another view of that, but it rolled on top of that pump station. And thankfully the pump station was able to hold it so it didn't continue to roll down the road. The operator on that unit was able to leap off of that machine before it rolled over, and was able to get up and had maybe a few blackberry scratches on his person. So thankfully there were no injuries. There was no significant damage to the pump station that caused pipes to break and have water flowing. And again, thankfully no one was hurt. But it did cause the roadway entering into Berry Trail to be too narrow without enough significant support of that roadway. So it's been our statement that the road needs to remain closed to vehicular traffic. The residents are able to park on Tamalpais and walk in and out, but that's based upon the closure of the street is based upon we not feeling that there's enough stability for that. And certainly if this continues without getting fixed, when the rains come, there may be some issues. So it's really important that we get this completed before the winter time. Can you go to the next slide, please? And just a few more pictures. The difficulty of removing this vehicle was that, again, it's very heavy, 40,000 pounds. The vehicles that were needed to pull it up had to be staged on Tamalpais. There were a total of 4 large wrecker machines that were used to attach different cables to it, and they had to lift it and then rotate it onto its normal orientation. And they did not want to pull it because that would have caused more damage to the hillside. So the process took basically all day to get into place, get the cables on, lift it, turn it over onto its right side up, and then remove it. The material that's still there right now will stay until we start the construction because it is providing some stability to that area. The pump station is not functional. MMWD has placed a temporary pump at the base of Scenic at Shapiro, and that will remain until this pump station can be reconstructed. It is MMWD's plan to use this site for their future pump station. So that concludes the presentation part. But if you have any questions about the question or what we're asking the council to approve tonight, I'm available.
Well, thank you for jumping on this and working on it and doing our best to keep everyone safe. Councilmember Catrona?
Ackerman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thank you. And I can certainly appreciate from those photos that this was quite a job. And it's really good thing no one was hurt in the process. Really good thing. So the pump station, is from what I understand from what you're saying, the pump station won't be replaced until after the retaining wall is rebuilt. There's no way to parallel those operations.
We can move faster on the construction of the wall faster than MMWD can on getting that pump station. It's my understanding that that it was built, I believe, maybe in the 50s. So the pump station requirements for MMWD have changed since that time. So, it's going to have a different type of construction than what's currently there. We did evaluate the structure and tried to determine whether or not we could get it running by, taking off the shell and keeping the equipment running. MMWD determined that was not possible. We have let MMWD know that we are in the process of designing a new wall, and if there's cooperation that can be had and coordination with them, we said we'd certainly be available to having that discussion. However, I think we can move much faster on a wall because it's much less complicated than it is to try to build a pump station. So currently where the pump station is located now has been a bit of a pill for some of the local neighbors to have to deal with because of the emergency situation. MMWD has purchased a storage container, and they're going to be able to place that equipment inside that storage container, which will significantly reduce the amount of noise that will impact that neighborhood. And that's, I believe, that process is starting tomorrow and will continue over the next week or so. But it does not appear that they can move faster than we can.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Councilmember Hellman.
Hi, thank you. So, whenever I see those pictures, it renders me almost speechless. So I drive by this site multiple times a day. I'm very familiar with what happened, and I'm very familiar with the time and attention and energy you have put toward this, and it's been extraordinary, and I really appreciate it, Lauren. It's been incredible. First question I have is for the public, could you share how many residents are affected on Berry and how many residents were dependent on that water pump?
I don't have an exact number. I believe that there are 6 or 7 residences that are on Berry Trail.
Okay.
That are impacted by this. And they're currently having to either park on Tamalpais or park down below on Reedon and take the path, Berry Trail down to Reedon, or park along Tamalpais and do that. So I don't know the exact number of people. The impact of the loss of the pump station is essentially for, I believe, a quarter to a third of Fairfaxians. It is the pump that is up on the top of the hill there that supplies domestic water supply for most of the people along that corridor, as well as hydrant water. So the loss of that pump station would be significant. So the fact that MMWD was able to get a replacement pump put into place within a few days ensured that water supply would continue. It's my understanding that those tanks will typically run out in 2 to 3 days. So it's a little higher on the weekends when more people are around using water, but we had about a window of 2 to 4 days before those tanks went dry. So having MMWD get those pumps up and running ensured domestic water supply and hydrant water for that whole region.
And I realize this evening's action is not related to water, so I'm sorry for my questions, but the solution that is in place at the base of Scenic is to be determined whether that is long-term. At this moment, we know it's the short-term solution, but the long-term solution, am I correct, is to be determined?
Based on a conversation I had with representatives from MMWD 2 or 3 days ago, the current plan that they have is to reestablish the pump station at Tamalpais and Berry. The location where they're currently located is good for MMWD because it's easy to access and it's above ground, but that's not the permanent location just because there's not a place to put a pump station at that location. So based on the conversation I had yesterday or the day before, their plan is to keep that pump station located, the temporary one, located there until they can construct the new pump station at the original site.
Okay, thank you very much. And for just my colleagues, the gratitude from the Berry Trail residents is been heard loud and clear. If I just wanted everyone to be aware of that.
Great. Councilmember Cucciano has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I had two questions. The first one is, Lauren, once we ultimately award the bid and the steel beam soldier pile retaining wall goes in over there on Tamalpais, will folks then be able to re-enter Berry Trail? That's the first question.
Yes, they will. Once the new wall goes in, full access will be restored to Berry Trail for vehicular traffic.
Excellent. And then I have a question for Town Manager Abrams. So I think it's my understanding that while we've yet to determine, all, the causes and the potential reimbursement and parties involved and share of responsibility among all the different parties. And again, as Councilmember Ackerman said, glad no one was hurt or injured. But while we're determining that, and there may be some reimbursement, partial or whole or otherwise, we'll be using town reserves to cover the immediate costs, which I think is a great move, and that we're definitely able to do that. But just wanted to throw that to you, Town Manager Abrams, to confirm we'll be using reserve funds. We're in a good situation as far as reserve funds to be able to accommodate this emergency from that fund. Is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm that. Absolutely. So you passed a budget in May, and that included projects that have not yet been started, as well as, a healthy reserve. So us being able to rely on that reserve to get this project done, restore access for the residents. I do, recommend as a policy measure, and then we'll be working for some time on, all of the responsibilities and various reimbursements that may be coming. And we will also bring all of this information back to you at mid-year, because you'll be able to see, actual revenues, which in last year were higher than we predicted. And you'll also be able to see, where we're at in terms of actual spend and reserve. So I'm very confident in this.
Just one question on
Great.
the reserves, and then we'll go to Vice Mayor Blash. I believe we were at 26.3% on our reserves. So even with dipping into reserves, we're still keeping within the 25% reserve policy. Is that correct?
We should be. I have not calculated, also based on the fact that we don't have all of the causation and reimbursements completed, but I'm not concerned that this would dip us into the danger zone whatsoever.
Okay, well, I think the 25%, even if we went further, is not danger zone, because there are some cities that are 15% or less. Oh, I see another hand up over there.
Yeah. Just one more follow-up to because I think this is actually a really important note. Just a suggestion to Town Manager Abrams. In the future, when you or different department heads bring forward, hopefully we don't have many more emergencies, knock on wood. But when you bring forward future requests and the funding is sourced from the town's reserve funds, it would be really great to, at least with the estimate or the not to exceed that you're proposing, to show how much that actually takes from our reserves and what is left, both in dollar amount and percentage, even though it's ballpark, obviously. But it would be really good. I think it's good for both the council and the public to have a sense of, how much are we eating into the reserve. Granted that we do keep a really robust reserve for these exact sorts of purposes and issues, but just wanted to flag that as a something to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Blash, did you have a question?
No, actually, the reserves question was a question that I also had. So thank you both for asking different aspects of it.
Okay, I just have two questions. One is you mentioned that us moving faster on the wall can happen a lot faster than MMWD with the pump station. Despite that, are they moving in parallel? Are they moving forward with design and whatever they have to do to address their new requirements rather than waiting for us to do the retaining wall?
I don't, thank you for that question. I don't know exactly where they are, but I've been in communication with a couple of their supervisors and one of their engineers and have let them know that we are moving forward on this wall. And that's good news because it allows them to plan on getting into the space once it's safe to do so. I don't know exactly where they are, but obviously the situation with the temporary pump station at the location of Shapiro and Scenic is not an ideal situation for either the neighborhood or MMWD. So I believe that they are moving on a plan. I don't know where they are.
Well, the next time you have communication, I think it's important for them to move in parallel. There may be some limitations given that there's things in the way, but it sounds like they know they have new requirements. And I know that even with the storage around the temporary pump station, there's going to be more noise than probably usual. My question is, if the pump station wasn't operating, would that mean porta potties and bottled water for a lot of Fairfax?
If those, the short answer is if the pump station was not functioning, neither the temporary or this one, there would be no water for residents or hydrants in that region of Fairfax. So the answer would be yes, there would be bottled water, porta potties, and no emergency access or no emergency water supply for the fire department. It would be a significant terrible situation.
It's great that you and MMWD worked so quickly. So thank you for that. So with that, let's open it up to public comment, giving people 2 minutes per, please. Thank you. Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you. Lauren, I'd like to say thank you very much. And the thank you is not just sitting on it, but which is so common these days is when we start looking at the blame game. And I do know that we've touched in the past, but to just stand up and get something done and figure out problems and separating later on, I want to compliment you that because that's just not really done these days. So I hope everybody realizes the step you took forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one last thing too.
Oh, yes.
If you're going to be seeking helicoils to get this done, especially quickly, there's a guy by the name of Christian Bumstead, and he has a business. He can sync those helicoils for you real quick. So I'd actually contact him on different projects.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next speaker, please. Mr. Egger, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Frank Aker from the Cascades. At one time, we used a public bidding process with the town council approving the bid to the lowest responsible bidder. Back in the day, we didn't give that authority to the town manager. I'm wondering who selected Miller Pacific Engineering Group to pay them $182,000, number one. Directing the town manager to hire Miller Pacific Engineering Group at a cost of $182,000 and then solicit bids and award the contract as long as it's under $400,000, makes it a $582,000 project. And in the terms of the contract, how do we know that the town manager will authorize the lowest responsible bidder to receive the actual bids? I don't understand why the town council is not reviewing the bids that are opened and making the award itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I believe, I don't have the code section, but perhaps your town attorney could address this. There is a requirement that you present 3 bids and you choose amongst them. And I would urge you to call a special meeting. And I'd like to see this get done for people, but in a fiscally responsible manner. And that's part of being town council member. If you have to call a special meeting, and I know that you're not shy about calling special meetings, I think when the time comes, you need a special meeting to look through the bids and make a responsible fiscal decision. I'll note that it's been 51 days since this occurred on May 27th. The maze over in Oakland got repaired in 18 days by an emergency contractor. So this can move a lot faster, even if this is moving faster than it normally moves in Fairfax. So I would suggest looking at a list of emergency contractors and finding out what they can do if this was an urgent matter where people aren't going to have water for some reason. Second, another thing for this town council to consult with their attorney about is typically when these kinds of things happen, there are statutes of limitations and claims have to be made. So where you are talking about paralleling with MMWD, I would urge you to do more than paralleling, but also cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure all the requisite paperwork was done so that the town doesn't lose the ability to recoup some of the monies, large amounts of monies that might be expended here. So emergency contractors, then what is the likelihood of cost recovery here? There should be some presentation of what the sources of cost recovery are. Are there claim?
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Are there other speakers in the room? Are there speakers on
There are
Zoom?
no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I guess one piece I want to mention is that Miller Pacific is the town's engineering contractor, and that's why we work with them. And they have been doing work for us for a number of years. As far as the issue of the lowest responsible bidder, I know what we're trying to do is make sure that we expedite this. These people are incredibly impacted.
Well,
I
and
don't-
do it before the rainy season
Right.
begins.
And it's we're not Oakland. I also worked with Oakland on rebuilding the Cypress structure. Took about 10 years. So not everything's fast over there. But I would just say one of our, and I see our town attorney having a question or wanting to add, I would just say one of our directions to you is if it is for under 400,000, obviously our direction would be, and I think we could add this to the motion, that it would be the lowest responsible bidder. But Town Attorney Colson?
I just wanted to assure the council that this has been reviewed by the public works attorneys. And it's been approved. This method of handling this.
Okay. All right. Other things that you wanted to add, Lauren?
I just want to touch on that. The process that we will be using will be offering plans and specs to local builders exchanges and on our website for any contractor to make a bid upon this. It will follow the standard process for any public works project of this size and this cost. And we will choose the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. The purpose of asking the council to allow the town manager to award is that if the bids come in, say, in the 3rd week or 4th week of August, it allows us to award that bid without having to come back to the council with a staff report. It just accelerates our project for up to 2 to 4 weeks potentially by getting that permission. If it exceeds $400,000 and we have responsive bids, then we certainly want to make sure that the council is involved in that decision. But the idea that we're going to pick and choose, we are putting this out to an open bid. We are opening those, in public, and it will be our intent to award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
And I would just want
Yeah.
to add that if there is a need for a special meeting, sometimes it's hard to get 5 people together, but I know this council is committed to trying to make this work. And so if there's a need for a special meeting, don't wait. Um, let me just
Yeah,
ask the
so-
town attorney before we have a motion. My suggestion on item 2, making that motion, if we added that the bids would be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, is that appropriate to do that? I think that would
I'm
be
happy to
helpful.
make the motion
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
fine.
Okay, well, let's do 2 separate motions for the
Yep.
first one first, please.
I move to authorize the town manager to award contract to Miller Pacific Engineering Group for design and administrative services, including soft costs for the Tamalpais Berry retaining wall not to exceed $182,000.
I second.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote, please? So that was
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Hellman, Vice Mayor Blash second.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, you want to do?
Okay, I
second?
move to authorize the town manager to solicit bids and award contract for construction if bids do not exceed $400,000 and will select a bidder.
The lowest responsible.
And
bidder.
we'll select the lowest responsible bidder.
I second.
Okay, so that's Councilmember Hellman, second Vice Mayor Blash. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Okay, that item. So it looks like we have Lauren and Burtis again. So you are the man of the night. So this is item 3, received proposed 5-year streets and roads improvement plan, assuming Fairfax voter approve bond measure of estimated 18 million. So take it away, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kohler. And for this presentation, I'd actually like to introduce Joe Ryrie, who has been before the council on a few other occasions, and he'll be assisting us with this proposal. In fact, I'm going to leave it to him and his steady hands to go forward on this presentation. And I'm also available to answer any questions at the end of his presentation.
Welcome back.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Lauren. Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff and public, it's good to be with the folks of Fairfax again. Let's go over a couple of things here. Our next slide, please. So I have a couple of goals that I want just to make sure that we're all on the same page. And the first is I want to present a series of background and some facts so that we're thinking all alike. Then I'm going to present the proposed strategy that we came up with. Then I want to review the impact of the proposed strategy. So that's what we're going to be going over in the presentation that we have this evening. Our next slide, please. So here's some background and facts. Yes, you were perfect. Thank you. So just as a reminder, the town of Fairfax maintains 27.6 centerline miles. And so I thought it would be kind of fun just to give an idea of what that was. And so I took them all and I lined them up, and I was trying to figure out key points around here where we could go to. So if we lined up all the different streets and we went north, this would take us just a couple of miles. Starting here in Fairfax, it would take us all the way up to just a couple miles north of Petaluma. If you lined up all your streets and we went south, you make it almost to SFO. And so that just gives you an idea of the length of the streets that we're dealing with. 3 million square feet of pavement. Right now, the system-wide average weighted PCI is a 52. It's a little different than what's in the staff report. It's listed as a 55. That's some older data. This is updated data based on the current conditions and the deterioration that we see from ongoing pavement distresses. The replacement value or the asset value of all of your streets is $203 million. And again, I want to remind you, and I know I've told this before to the council, that's just the pavement. That doesn't include curbs and gutters, sidewalks, and it's just the pavement portion of that. Okay, so our next slide. So here's some additional facts for you. There's a report that comes out every year that's put out by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or MTC. It's called the Pothole Report. And the latest one was released in November of 2023, and it presented all of the collected data in the region that they oversee from 2022. So where does Fairfax fit in all of this? Well, out of the 109 Bay Area agencies that MTC reports on, Fairfax was 11th from the bottom. So that makes it the 98th place on the list. It is the lowest, or it has the lowest PCI on average out of all 12 Marin County jurisdictions. And then based on some recent scenarios, or the information that was presented in January, the PCI is projected to drop to a 46 over the next 5 years. That's at the $500,000 per year annual expenditure that the town has authorized.
Joe, you said this is from the pothole report. So when it says 11th from the bottom out of 109, is that based on potholes or PCI?
Oh, that's a good question. The pothole report is just.
So it's really
just a name.
PCI.
It's based on PCI.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's good to know. And I'm assuming we're going to post this on the website, correct? Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why we were putting so much of the facts up here for us. Okay, our next slide. Okay, pavement needs over the next 5 years for the town of Fairfax. A recent projection is that there is $66.1 million worth of needs over the next 5 years projected. That's using a 3% inflation rate, and that accounts for not only all of the street needs, but it is looking at the backlog as well, the backlog or the deferred maintenance that has built up over the years. That's an important number to keep in mind as we consider the bond measure. Deferred maintenance is expected to grow over the next 5 years to $85.5 million if we keep at the $500,000 per year annual budget. Okay, our next slide. So let's jump into the proposed strategy. And before we hop into that very next slide, Christine, the town of Fairfax is considering an $18 million bond. And PEI worked with town staff, and we were trying to develop a strategy of where and how to spend the bond funds based on experience and system needs. While $18 million, as we're already seeing, isn't going to be sufficient to cover all of the needs, it's the strategy that we're presenting and the improvements that will be done as a result of the strategy will be seen and used by all the residents of Fairfax. So if the bond passes, let's go to our next slide. We're proposing that the town proceed with what I like to think of as a three-pronged approach to addressing their pavement needs. The first is to make sure that we still stay committed to the $2.5 million 5-year plan that was presented in January earlier this year. So we want to make sure that that's still going to happen no matter what. And then the next part is to focus the $18 million bond on major roads. And the third prong is to explore various grants and partnerships and recognizing that there's value engineering opportunities as we run these scenarios. They're based on worst case scenario. And with value engineering, sometimes we can find ways to make them more cost effective. And so any of the savings or grants or partnerships would be used to expand the number of roads that we're talking about this evening. So let's take a look at some maps here. Oh, that didn't show up quite as good as I'd liked. But prong number 1 is to continue with the 5-year plan. All of the blue streets there are what will be included in the 5-year plan. And there's the first year is ready to be bid out next week, I believe is when it's going out and to bid. And then the first part of October or August will be receiving bids, or the town will be receiving bids and being able to move forward with that. So again, that's the commitment to stay on that one. So prong 2, which is our next slide, are the streets that we see and would recommend for consideration that town focus on. These are what we consider the most major streets within the town limits. They include Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, all of it from beginning to end. Bolinas Road, all of it from beginning to end. Center Boulevard and Broadway. And that's where the bond funds will be focused. And then just as a reminder, prong 3 is in our next slide, is to explore grants, partnerships, and value engineering opportunities to be able to expand those streets. And the staff report talks about additional streets that we would consider key streets that should be looked at first in terms of where to spend that money. So from this, let's talk about the impact of the proposed strategy. So this is where it gets kind of exciting to see, are we going to make any progress with this bond or not? So remember, these are the 3 different prongs, and the first one is the 5-year plan. And the 5-year plan is addressing over 500,000 square feet of pavement, or 18% of the town. That's just in the 5-year plan. Now, I need to note.
So that's the 5-year at the 500,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But I want to note that the very first year, which is the slurry seal project, is addressing almost 13% of the town. And one of the strategies that we talked about in January was that we looked at all of the streets, and yes, Fairfax has a number of different streets that are a lot of them that are in poor condition. But within all of those poor condition streets, there's groups of streets that the town has spent money on and invested in that are in decent condition. And what they need to help hold them together is some kind of a surface treatment to provide a new wearing surface, protect against the ultraviolet rays of the sun and water, and that will allow those pavements to basically be moved over, and then we won't have to think about them again for several years. And then all of the additional money can be focused on improving all the rest of the streets. So it's being fiscally responsible, taking care of the investments that were made previously. But it's a big number. The second one is the major roads. So what is the bond going to do for us? Well, the bond's going to affect over 700,000 square feet of pavement, or almost 23% of the town. What the additional streets will present, we're not exactly sure. That will depend on what kind of funding becomes available, whether it's grants or partnerships, or what kind of value engineering opportunities become available over the next 5 years. That will be in addition. But to understand the impact of what would happen with the bond, along with the 5-year plan that's already in place. So we're talking $20.5 million being spent in the town over the next 5 years. Prongs 1 and 2 addresses 1.3 million square feet, or 41% of the town's pavements will be addressed or improved one way or the other. And that is, I think that's the last slide. Oh, I put in a picture. Yay. Okay. So this is everything all together. The 5-year plan shown in blue streets, and the proposed major streets shown in purple. And so you can see that you're covering a lot of ground. And I can't emphasize enough that the importance of, I really think that with the fact that we don't have $66 million that we're going to go spend, we're spending $18 million, and we can make that work with all of the major streets in town. Those are the streets everyone drives. Those are the streets that are going to have the biggest impact, not only for the residents, but for the visitors who are coming to Fairfax as well.
Do you have an estimate? I realize this is probably hard, but is there an estimate on if we did this work, if the road bond passes and we're able to do this work, could we bring the PCI up to a certain average? Do you have a ballpark for that?
You know, Madam Mayor, that's a great question, and we were playing around with that, but we found that there was enough variables with that at this level that trying to project a PCI became a little bit cumbersome, and I wouldn't want to present something that wasn't accurate.
I'm just wondering if maybe if this goes for, and then I'll get to town manager, is maybe we could do a range of where we think it might lie, with being very clear that it's an estimate. Town manager?
I'm actually not specifically answering your question, but I just wanted to kind of put a special point on Joe's presentation, which is that, you know, in the past meetings, we have been talking about the great need for pavement and road repair in Fairfax. And we discussed different amounts and what was possible for the town. Having chosen this $18 million amount, we wanted to show the council and the community what could be done. And we looked at different strategies for that, which Joe indicated. So we looked at, you know, could we do more small roads? But it really diffuses the impact, and everyone uses these larger major roads. So that's number one. It's a community-wide benefit and an equity issue because everyone gets to use those. But secondly, then also these roads, these major roads, are those roads that were not in our 5-year plan at $500,000 a year before, because there's no way we could address the seriousness and costliness of those large roads without a bond measure. And so you're seeing the fruits of that discussion here. And I'm really excited to see how much of the town can be impacted. But also we have to acknowledge that we can't do every road with this 18 million. So we tried to make it really count.
And I think one thing that I learned years ago was usually we focus on arterials and major collectors. And I like what you just said about equity and making sure that you know, everybody has their own pet road or where they live and they want that, but this will capture, you know, more people will use them. So I personally really appreciate that. And again, I'm sorry for going first, but I just wanted to say that. First of all, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Heather. I see, first I see Councilmember Hellman has the light on, and then I got a finger over there. Did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you so much. I learn from you every time I see you. So this is to staff actually. So tonight is just receiving, no action. This is receiving, correct? Okay. And then a couple things. I asked the last time we discussed this topic that we continually and consistently anchor back to the data. And remember, we pulled up that presentation that this communication is key on this, right? We have to continue. There's going to be new people tuning in, and we have to explain why such an investment, because the current rate, not the 5-year plan, the current rate we are sinking, right? We're the lowest, we're going to get really bad. So it's important that we educate, and reiterate that. So I really wanted to see that line graph, that spending projection, and I really want to see it going forward on whenever we talk about this issue. I think it's really, really important. And I also want to anchor us back into the Larkspur case study, which is very comparable. And so maybe you could speak to that, because I think you're probably familiar with how they dramatically improved with similar funding structure and amount. So we can kind of, you know, quasi ballpark where we might be able to get to in terms of a PCI level after prong 1 and 2. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that. And then just from a timeline in terms of how long we've been talking about this, I raised this in December. It's in the December minutes in this packet. So if you could include that I raised this in December for us to be talking about. I think it's important that, again, we educate the public about how long we've been focused on this. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ackerman had a finger up first.
Well, I just wanted to call out I appreciate this plan. I appreciate.
Okay, so we're just asking questions
Okay,
now, and then
yeah.
we'll go to public comment. And I apologize because I think I started on the wrong path. Do we have questions? I see a hand up from Councilmember Cutrano. Maybe we can
Yeah.
take this down just so we can see him a little larger.
Sure. Thanks. Yeah, 2 quick questions. I'll reserve comments for later. But Joe, you refer to the 5-year plan, and I just want to confirm that the streets and roads that you have displayed in the presentation before us this evening are the same streets and roads that were in the final 5-year plan that was approved in January of this year, on January 24th to be specific. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so the public can go back and look at that January report if they want to see the nitty gritty of that 5-year plan. The other question for you, I love the map that you have presented that, you know, shows both the 5-year plan and the proposal if the $18 million road bond actually was approved by the voters. But it's a bit grainy in terms of the actual visual. And I was wondering, would you be able to, I know you've already done a ton of work on this, and I'm super appreciative of that. I was wondering, after this meeting, could we get a re-uploaded version of this presentation that has a better, less pixelated version of those final maps for both the council and the public?
Yes, as soon as I saw it up there, that's why I thought, wait a minute, that did not look quite like it looked on my computer screen. And so, yeah, I would like to be able to improve that for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then one question for Lauren. we mentioned this third prong, and it's something that we know the community has expressed an interest in, especially as it relates to the idea of a road bond, the idea of using our money, which is very limited and very precious, as a sort of multiplier or a flywheel to get state dollars or regional monies or federal dollars to do more than we could do on our own. And that idea of the third prong is very helpful. I'm curious how we, if we already have key streets and roads that have been identified are they in the 5-year plan? So like if we do get federal money or state money or regional money for Bolinas Road or for Sir Francis Drake Boulevard or for, helping to fund some things on Broadway or Center or something like that. And then we have a little more money to work with from the bond or just more money to go to do more work. How do we plan to go about that? Are those key roads already located within the 5-year plan? I heard Joe make mention of other key roads, but I just wanted to get a little more clarity on what that process looks like. Should we be so lucky as to receive state and federal money?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Cutrano. So within your staff report, there is a table that shows the streets that we have considered, and one of those pages is a key routes. So going back to the third prong, there are funds available through all sorts of different programs for bike and ped safety. There are not as many programs that are solely dedicated to the repair of roads. So when we take a look at these projects, if there are ways to get additional funding that will improve or add to the bike and ped safety on these projects while we're proceeding, that money now gets freed up for going into other projects. Bolinas Road, we currently have an application in with the federal government for a Protect grant. And if we're successful in getting that money to repair the town of Fairfax's section of Bolinas Road, the money that we would have used by going it alone will now be freed up by that grant money, which will go into other projects. So what we tried to do in our discussions about, if we're successful in getting grant programs from TAM or from the federal government or from any other sources, what could we do? And so that's where we went into this key routes and came up with a list of streets, then said, if we're successful in getting money, this is another option that we can use to free up that money. I should also mention that, for instance, MMWD is planning on replacing their water line all along Bolinas Road from Deer Park Villa all the way to Broadway. As part of that project, they're going to be doing restoration on the half of the road that they're tearing up. We certainly want to take advantage of that opportunity and restore the other half of the road. So right now, we know that MMWD has that as a plan. If they're successful in moving that program forward and we're successful in getting a bond measure, we don't have to do Bolinas Road going alone. We would be able to share costs with MMWD. And again, whatever money we don't spend on going it alone goes into other projects and other streets. So I hope that answers your question. That's what we're anticipating. I believe that there is money available through those grant programs or awards of that federal grant, but we can't guarantee that money is available. So that's why we're currently focused on the way that this is being shown to the council and to the community.
Okay, I think.
Got it.
Thank you.
Just one
Go
quick
ahead.
follow-up, Madam Mayor. Yes. So just to confirm, Lauren, because I don't want the public to get confused, but in our staff report, there is a page that shows candidate streets for bond measure major roads, and that adds up to, that's the Sir Francis Drake, Bolinas, Center, Broadway. It adds up to a little over $17.7 million. Those key routes, that $2.775 million for portions of Scenic and Willow and Porteous and Laurel. So those are the sort of third prong candidates. Not, and by that I mean, if we get other monies, that would allow us to start to make improvements on that list of roads that's before us tonight as well, is what you're saying.
This key routes section of the staff report is taking some assumptions that we will be successful in getting grant funds for bike and ped improvements, potentially the Protect grant for the federal monies, and also sharing some of the costs with MMWD on Bolinas Road. That's correct. This gives another option of what we could do if we're successful in obtaining additional resources from other sources.
Okay, go
Wonderful.
ahead.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Blash, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess what basically would happen is as we move along, if we did receive, get the bond measure and start repairing these roads, and then if we did receive certain grant funding, that we would just update the 5-year plan to reflect that we have changes and these are the Plan B streets that if we are successful, we can add more. So I guess that's good. I think of a 5-year plan as happening every 5 years, but it seems like we might be tinkering with it throughout time.
Councilmember Blash, yes, absolutely. So we now have the current 5-year plan. We're anticipating following that as much as we can. Things may change. We may learn that PG&E or MMWD or Ross Valley wants to do a particular project on a street, and so we want to try to coordinate any work that we do. So maybe if we have a street outlined for year 3 and Ross Valley says that they're going to be doing a sewer project in year 4, we move things around. It is a guide. If we are successful, based upon how successful we are in getting additional funds, we will add more streets. If we are able to value engineer on the streets of the ones already identified, that frees up money. We can add more streets. The commitment that we are making to the council, again, is that 5-year plan, as already discussed, we want to keep to that as much as possible. The proposed $18 million streets is something that we have suggested, and we think it's the best use of that money to repair those streets that desperately need that assistance and that are used by everyone. Anything that we can do or find additional resources will go to improving other streets. And what we've talked about is, trying to systematically do that. These are key routes that lots of neighborhoods use, so that's why these were selected. Going forward, if we're able to find additional monies, then we can take a look at certain neighborhoods, like say the Marinda area, which is kind of a self-contained neighborhood. Maybe that gets moved up on a list. But a lot of that is all dependent upon how successful we are in finding additional funds and resources.
Okay, just one last question, then we'll go to public comment. Just want to ask you if you have in mind, should this go forward, that we should approach the county for flood zone 9 money for Sir Francis Drake. They significantly impacted our road with all that heavy equipment when they built Sunnyside. We're grateful for Sunnyside, but they never committed to spend money, even though I've asked. And so is that on your radar screen for future, just if this all goes forward?
The answer to that is yes. We certainly can ask and try to apply pressure and try to get whatever we can from them on that. Again, what we did here was to make an assumption that we don't get any resources and this is what we think we can do, but anything that we can get out of any different group or agency or cooperation would be great. Again, the challenge will be that even if we are successful in getting some funds from the flood district, it may be a very small portion. It may be in the, if we're lucky, in 100,000 range or more, but that doesn't go very far, as we all know. So anything that we can get from any different source, we will put back into the program and start to spread, that money around into other roads. So we will look
Okay.
at everything.
Thank you very much. So let's go to public comment now. And I just want to remind folks we're going 2 minutes per. Thank you. First speaker, please, Todd.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. 3 relates to 4 here, and I think it's disingenuous to talk about this as an $18 million bond because buried in the supplement to item number 4 is admission by the town manager that this is actually a $40 million cost that occurs over 32 to 33 years. So I think there needs to be greater transparency here. And I'm going to give you the end at the beginning here. Despite best efforts, this is a plan for failure instead of a plan for success. And I'm going to give you a different alternative on how you can have better success. I think you need to sharpen your pencils. You need to look at your budget and understand what's going on in the budget. There's $1,238,825 coming in revenues from franchise fees, gas tax, and UUT alone.
Todd, we can hear you, so you don't have to speak that close to the mic. Thank you.
That's not counting grants or road impact fees. Yet the town council this year, with their increased road budget, is only allocating $521,958. That's less than 42% of the road-related revenues coming in. And by admission, at the prior town council meetings, the budget's been much less that in prior years. And even when it was budgeted, it wasn't spent. So this is a problem that the town council has created. We have lousy roads and much greater cost because this town council hasn't been an efficient allocator or steward of the public's capital. What I would request is that you ask the town's pavement consultant to look and map at and present what would happen if we spent the monies that are coming in from our roads rather than raising a bond measure.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Town Council. I'm here to also ask you what has happened to the money that you've already collected with your road impact fees. You're talking about collecting additional monies from the county, from putting in our retention basin. But if you look at your UUT, your franchise fees, and these are for road impact and encroachment fees, and your California gas tax, you're at $1,270,000. If you only allocate $500,000 in your budget, then what happened is $700,000. And it's not 1 year, it's a year before and a year before and a year before. And so the figures might be smaller. But I have to question, where are you putting this money? I personally will champion the failure of this bond unless you guys come up with a citizen oversight committee and you start having retained earnings in restricted accounts so we can hold you accountable that all funds for these roads go into a very specific fund that is only allocated to improvement of roads. If there's additional grants and fees that there should be for the share of the road, for our state highways, so Francis Boulevard and Bolinas Road, that would again create a budget surplus because we're not using the money for those specific roads. I don't want to see you guys just spend it on whatever you want that's not for the roads and then encumber the town for what, $40 million when this bond is paid off. Those funds need to be remain in a specified account, and all funds that are not spent need to be accounted for and used as a surplus for fixing roads. Not to just take that money because, oh, today we're going to spend our money, so tomorrow you encumber the property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Mr. Bell.
Mark Bell. Really the same thing that the two previous speakers said. I think what you need to look at is a basic structural change within the town's finances. Why aren't road impact fees, et cetera, segregated from general funds and used only for the roads? Why isn't there retroactive research for past fees that should have been spent on roads but was not? We're looking at still paying off Measure K. We've been paying off Measure K, yeah, in a timely fashion, but we haven't had that money to spend on roads for 20 years because it was spent. So what we're looking at with the bond measure is, yeah, you get your 18 million, but then we're saddled for the next however many years paying the interest and whatever principal there is. You should be looking at doing this for cash, doing this on a cash basis. You should be looking at increasing the sales tax like Larkspur did. So it's spread out, especially considering all the people who come through Fairfax, shop in Fairfax, use the roads and don't live here. And then don't have to be responsible for fixing infrastructure that you should have been responsible for. What's the estimated cost of promoting this bond measure? I mean, I just look at what the Tam High District, spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on their failed bond measure, which of course, our experts who we hired recommended that we not go forward because this bond measure would not succeed. I think there are alternatives that can be done to pay for the repairs. Maybe we can't do it in 5 years, maybe it takes 8. But at least at the end of 8 years, 10 years, we don't owe another 20, 30 years worth of interest and payments.
Thank you, Mr. Egger.
Frank Yeager again, from the Cascades. These kinds of resolutions usually include the tax amount, the rate, and a duration. But there is no tax amount
So
listed.
that's actually on item 4. We're talking about the presentation. Item 4 talks about the specific ballot measure.
Oh, is that coming up
Yeah, that's coming up next.
next?
Did you want to comment on this presentation on the roads?
Well, I was going to combine everything into one.
No, it's the next item. Thank you. So bringing it back. So this item is specific.
We have one raised hand.
Oh,
on
I'm
Zoom.
sorry. I forgot about Zoom. Okay, 100. Go ahead.
Philip, you are, oh, he put his hand down. Never mind. There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, so let's move on. And this is, we're just basically receiving the report. There's no action required. And so what I would suggest, we are at 8:43. I'd like us to take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:53, please. And Joe, would you mind pressing that button down? And our next item will be the agenda item 4, which deals with the resolution. And I want to note to folks sitting in the room that there are supplements, but I'll bring that up as we go. So we're taking a quick break. Thank you. Okay, so let's get all the council members back, including our council member on Zoom. Okay, and let's get our town manager back. Looks like we've got everybody here. Okay. So our next item is adopt the resolution of necessity and waive first reading and read by title only ordinance number 890, ordering the submission of a measure incurring bonded indebtedness to the voters at the November 2024 general municipal election. I want to point out that there's a supplement that should be sitting on the safe. And with that, I don't know who, Heather, is this you?
It's me.
Okay, great. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm going to ask Christine to bring up my PowerPoint. Thank you. So just before I start, a little clarification. So these two items are very related. The item we just heard from Lauren and Joe Ryrie, and this item which I'm presenting, and we do have bond counsel and also municipal advisor available on Zoom if you have questions as well. But the reason that these are two separate items is because one is a projection of what could be accomplished if the council places an $18 million in principle. That's principle. That's what we would be able to spend on the roads onto the ballot. And if the residents, the voters of Fairfax approve it, we wanted to be able to show what could be accomplished with that so that you would be able to really understand what the impacts would be. So this next item that I'm going to be presenting just now is the resolution and the ordinance that gets that process of putting it on the ballot started. So I just want to be super clear about what we're talking about now and why they're two different items. And then I'll start with this first slide, and it's just introductory. And then second slide, I wanted to point out that we have had numerous previous discussions about the issue of roads in Fairfax, and we've had many complaints from some of the speakers that we heard earlier today as well. And we've also talked about the idea of a bond that would help us to address some of these issues. And I want to remind everyone that we have talked previously about what we could accomplish pay as you go or with cash, so to speak. And that is the approximately $500,000 for road paving. There are other public works infrastructure projects that we are doing. Examples of that are the retaining wall that needs to be rebuilt on Rocca. That, you know, there are a number of examples. They're all listed in the budget under the CIP, but just want to bring that up. So that's the question about cash. And I also want to remind everyone that we did look at a sales tax. Fairfax is very different from some of our neighbors like Larkspur and Corte Madera that have very robust sales tax base. We have a relatively small sales tax base. And so we weren't able to, you know, in working with our municipal advisor, we weren't able to identify enough money to really make a difference with the amount that we could get from an increased sales tax. So,
And we're also close to the caps.
we are also, right. So whatever room we have, it wouldn't have generated enough money for us to even get $18 million to spend on your roads.
Yeah, I think we're about 25% away from the cap.
That's right.
Okay.
So I just wanted to remind everyone of this. This presentation is or will be up on our website, and these are interactive links on this page so that you can actually get back to each of the staff reports and items that we've talked about in the past. The next slide talks a little bit more about the previous work that we have done. Back in January, you gave direction for us to pursue a scientific survey. Later that month, we did a presentation, which was the 5-year plan, cash, if you will, or pay as you go, the $500,000 a year or $2.5 million a year, which, as you saw in Lauren's presentation earlier, we are committing to use that and a bond if the council chooses to put it on the ballot and the people vote for it. So then we also, in order to get the survey going, the council agreed to select the firm and also appointed a subcommittee that worked with the firm to make sure that the questions were fair and accurate. That survey was completed in the latter part of April, and the survey results were actually presented twice. They were presented as part of the budget workshop, as you recall, and that was important to get us ready for budgeting. Did we think we should start to budget that money or not? And we did not include that in the new budget for this current fiscal year now. It started July 1. And then we brought that presentation back. People wanted to see it, so we brought it back to the regular June 5th meeting. And at that time, the council directed the staff to do this presentation that you just heard from Lauren and Joe. Joe is still in the room because I asked him to in case there were other questions, and Lauren as well. So we updated that 5-year plan to really show what could be done if that bond is passed, and then presented that earlier today. Next slide shows you what we're doing today, which is you are considering a resolution of necessity and also the first reading of ordinance, of the ordinance that would put this item on the ballot. And that ordinance, that two-step process is required because it is a bond. So that's something that's maybe different from a sales tax. Also in the attachments, I want to remind everyone that you can see the ballot item, which is limited to just 75 words. So really important for us to get, you know, as much information as we can. There's also statutory requirements of what needs to be in those 75 words. So quite a challenge that I think we met well. And it's very, very clear. It's very specific that this is road and infrastructure. This is not, there's no room within that statement to, you know, go into other projects. So I want to ensure that people understand that. We also added a supplement which contains the tax rate statement that's actually not due until next meeting, the 7th. But we wanted to just get that extra information out there. And then there was also additional information that was addressing some of the questions and concerns that others had put forward.
And I just want to mention, thank you for putting that together. Councilmember Cucciano and I communicated with cost, and they brought forward some of these questions. So I think we really appreciate that. I know you guys spent a lot of time with bond counsel trying to make sure we had all that covered. So appreciate the supplement.
Absolutely. And, you know, what we're trying to do here is be 100% transparent, make sure that everyone understands, and then it will, you know, assuming the council approves tonight, and then also on the 7th, it will be the voter's choice. So I'm going to have a few more slides talking about the bond features and next steps. And I want to go to the next slide, which talks about the features. So just a reminder, this $18 million in principal, principal is what we could spend on fixing Fairfax's roads. Then the estimate is that would be $30 per $100,000 of assessed value. So I want to explain that a little bit more. That means if you look at your tax bill, your assessed value is not your market value of your home, right? So let's say I own a home that's market value is $1 million. My assessed value could be $500,000 or less, right? So, and we talked about in the staff report what the median average assessed value was and what that cost would typically be for 1 year for residents. So I think that's important because it's in my opinion pretty low. So I want to make sure people understand that. And then also in the supplement, we highlighted that the tax rate would apply for each fiscal year when the bonds are outstanding. We wouldn't be able to start that before 2025's, right? So there was some concern expressed about an overlap between paying off Measure K and this. And we know that Measure K, since it was approved by voters in 1999, And that something million dollars was spent on Fairfax. And then it's been a, approximately 30-year payoff. So that the levy has actually been going down over time. So sometimes people say taxes never go down, they always go up. Actually, that levy has been going down because there's a calculation that our finance director does every year, which is how much money do we need to be able to pay the debt service for that year, and then divide it by the assessed value. And so that was originally estimated to be no higher than $58, and it's actually at $22.50 this year. So it's going down, and it's a small
So
portion.
that's 22 for assessed value, for 100,000 per assessed value. Is that how
Yes,
that works?
that's right. Yeah. So
Okay.
using
Thank you.
that same kind of comparison, if you will.
And
And so-
isn't Measure K running out in 2027? We're paying it off by then, right?
Yes, that's right. So it's nearly paid off. It will be done by 2027. And it's not time now, but there will be choices about how to structure the bond financing so that we can keep the impact as gentle as possible to taxpayers. So, and it will, it's not going to exceed even the original estimate of Measure K, which was $58, because even if you were to add 2250 and 30, you don't get there. You don't get to 58.
Right. Do you want us to wait till the end to ask questions, or just ask as we go?
It's your choice, really.
Okay. So it sounds like the maximum amount per 100,000 is for our current proposed bond is actually less than the maximum amount that was for Measure K. Is that correct?
Significantly, yes, that's correct.
And yeah, okay. So that's just an interesting point. Just wanted to check that.
Yeah.
And it can't go above $30 per 100,000. Is that
right? So we're making a
it can go
commitment
down, but
that
it can't go up.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then I also wanted to point out people had questions about when this would end, right? And so the estimate is that it would the levy would be collected through 2050, the fiscal year 2057, 58. These are estimates because we have not yet, and we won't until after we, have voter approval. If we get voter approval, we won't start to sell bonds, right? So the interest rates may go down. We will structure it. We will only sell a tranche of bonds to be able to fund the projects that we have ready to go, up to $18 million total. So it's likely there would be, 3 tranches or possibly even more until you get to the max of 18 million principal total. So one of the speakers earlier talked about the total debt service. It's not a secret. We're not hiding this. The principal would be $18 million. And just like your mortgage, we need to do a bond in order to get that large a chunk of money. We don't have it pay as you go. We don't have it in our, monthly income the way, well, the town doesn't have monthly income, but let's say annual income, the same way that I don't have enough money to put down cash and buy a house. I can use a mortgage to be able to do that. And in order to qualify, then I just need to have evidence of a steady income that can pay off that debt over time. So that total debt service is estimated to be $40 million. And if you remember with Measure K, it was the bonds were first sold and then they were refunded, or what people would commonly think of as refinance. So interest rates got lower and the town benefited. And I'm not talking about the town administration. I'm talking about the taxpayers, because that was part of what helped us reduce that down to 2250 per 100,000.
And in order to be transparent, this is all estimated, but I believe that's thinking that an interest rate would be 8% gets it to 40 million, but we know that interest rates may come down. The Fed is talking about that. So this is really just our best estimate, correct?
It's really just our best estimate. And then I also wanted to mention that the resolution and ordinance are written very specifically to include an oversight committee. So that is a feature that people can, point to as an additional means of making sure that this money is spent on roads and infrastructure. And I can, tell you, this is exactly where this idea came from. Is we heard complaints from residents and saw that, the pothole report, for example, verifies that our roads are really bad and we want to address this, and this is how we do it. There is also written into those documents a special audit for these bond funds. So an outside auditor would be doing that. So another assurance for people. Next slide. What's next? So we do have another meeting that we need to have, assuming you pass these two items tonight. And that would be on August 7th. So not very long, but that's our next regular meeting. And that would adopt the ordinance. So second reading on the ordinance that you're seeing tonight, and a resolution to place that item on the ballot. And so that's, coming right up, and we'll have the same team here for that. And then a few things that are not within the town staff control. There needs to be a voter campaign to, get, if people want to support this, to get their neighbors to support this as well. And the town cannot do that. So we can offer education like we did today to say, here's what we could accomplish with this money, but we can't advocate for it or market it. And there's no budget allocated for any sort of marketing campaign. That's something that residents would have to fundraise to do. So it's a commitment for others as well.
Right. So when there were questions about how much we were going to use to promote this, we are not using money to promote this.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
100%. And then if the voters approve on November 5th, then we'll be, rolling out the project. And you'll be hearing about that as we bring forward, we're going to do this bid. This is the next tranche. You'll be hearing about this over and over again. If you have a desire to, hear more information, the council can certainly ask staff, and we're happy to bring forward more information. We just want to be careful that we're not seen as advocating, because it's not legally allowed. So the
Excuse me,
next,
folks in the audience, if you want to talk, please go outside. Thank you.
so the next slide is really if you have questions, and we can also bring up our team.
Okay, questions of staff or Wing C, and I don't know who our bond counsel is. Jennifer who? Okay,
Jennifer Bradley, sorry. I turned it
Okay,
off.
so welcome Wing C again, and welcome Jennifer. Any questions for the team? I see Councilmember Hellman. Okay, and then we'll go to Councilmember Catrano. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted, I don't know who the most appropriate person is, perhaps, is it Christine Bradley? Miss Bradley?
Jennifer Brad.
Jennifer.
Sorry. Um, for the sake of transparency and clarification and to thwart any misunderstanding. So the financial instrument or vehicle is called a general obligation bond, right? But in fact, the funding may not be used for anything in general, right? It is very explicit and specific what the funding can be used for.
That is correct. It can only be used for what the voters authorize, which is in the ballot measures. So here we've got a very specific ballot measure for roads, infrastructure, retaining walls, the paving, the potholes, the things that were discussed earlier.
And is a general obligation bond a type of muni bond, or is a muni bond totally different?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so it might, just for sake of, I think a muni bond might be more well understood in the public. Maybe not, I don't know. But I just don't want anything to be misconstrued about this being a general obligation bond. Thank you.
I think one of the things we need to remind folks is this is a special purpose. So if it goes on the ballot, and we would need more than 2/3 to pass it unless ACA 1 passes. So
Yes, that's correct.
So it's special purpose, even though it sounds different. Okay, I think Councilmember Catrano was next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had one question / clarification, because I know that when people are thinking of the 18, which is 18 million that will get the actual on the ground work done, and then they hear there's the debt service required to get that 18, that can get a little scary, just because it's a bigger number than the 18. But just wanted you, Town Manager Abrams, or any of the other folks on the call, to sort of shed a little light on how we derived at the 40 million number for the full package again. And then I was wondering if you could also speak a little bit to scenario planning for our community. Say we did have we borrowed the money in tranches, but they were all in the range of 6 to 7%, let's say. At some date in the future, rates might be lower, and we might be able to refinance and save even more money on that borrowed money. And I believe we have actually done that in the past in this town for road bonds. So I was wondering if you could just share a little bit more about that, because I think that helps folks understand the debt service component and the different scenarios there.
I think that's Heather.
That's correct. We have done that in the past. We have been able to save money there. And so then I wanted to send those other questions to Wingsy Fox, who's our municipal advisor and expert in this area.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and the public. Yes, it is, as Ms. Abrams said, it's very similar to a mortgage when we buy our home, in the sense that it is more feasible to pay a mortgage and still own your home with your monthly income than it would be to save up and buy that whole house in cash up front. And the theory with 30-year borrowing is that it matches the useful life of the project. And so you're really spreading that cost across generations that benefit from the project, and as long as that project is in use. So for a road, yes, you're paying for it 30 years later, but it's because you're still using it 30 years later. And now we're getting to the end of the useful life of those roads. And so there's going to be new roads, or fixing up the roads now so that you can use it for another 30 years. So that is the theory behind the borrowing. In terms of general obligation bonds, it is a one type of municipal bond or muni bond. It is the very highest credit type of bond and where you can get the lowest interest cost, even lower than what we're seeing, much lower than what we're seeing in mortgage rates right now. And that's because it is secured by this ad valorem or per 100,000 assessed value property tax. Right now, the promise that council would be making is that $30 per 100,000. Legally, it's a strong credit because you have to tax at the rate to meet the debt service, right? You have to pay those bondholders back. But the way that we're doing it right now is we're using conservative assumptions so that we can be comfortable that we won't exceed that $30 per 100,000. We do anticipate that there will be refinancing opportunities very similar to Measure K, and that will end up being lower. We use conservative AV growth assumptions. And right now you're seeing the estimate of the final tax levy in 2058 because we're assuming 3 tranches every 2 years, about even borrowing. Now that could change, and there's still things that aren't set, but the constraints here for the residents is that this town cannot borrow more than 18 million, right? So that is a constraint. Each borrowing cannot exceed 30 years. So that is also the constraint. The town can't use it to say, well, we want this other project instead. No, this is a very transparent process. And, in my experience, in fact, just naming these types of projects very specifically is very more specific than we typically see, right? So there really isn't wiggle room for the council to go beyond what the scope of projects are. So those are the types of the constraints here. And again, we assumed 3 tranches to get to the 40 million. We did assume a 5% interest rate on each of those tranches. And given the town's strong, prudent fiscal management, hope to get a strong rating and get below that borrowing rate for each of the tranches. I hope I answered your questions, Councilmember Catrano.
Yep. Thank you. I think that's very helpful.
Okay, other council members have questions, or can we go to,
Just a quick
Vice
one.
Mayor Blash.
So, I'm just going to keep asking this question because to make it clear, there's no other way we're going to get enough millions of dollars to fix our roads. So this pay as you go thing, are we actually spending all the money that we're getting for roads on roads or emergency repairs or retaining walls or what have you?
Yeah, so I'll answer the last part first, which is to say we are absolutely spending everything that we can that is dedicated or not to road repair, and those issues continue. As you saw in an earlier item, they continue to plague us, right? So we really are very motivated to try to get ahead of some of these issues. And then I think it's important to understand that that 500,000 that we could spend on paving, that was a stretch, right? That was much more than had been allocated in several previous years to that, where it was more like $140,000. And paving, road repair, they're very expensive. We're in the market like every other town, and $500,000 is much more than the town has done in the past, and not nearly enough, unfortunately. And it was, Councilmember Hellman mentioned the line graph. We can bring that back, but it showed that even at that increased level of effort, our PCI was continuing to go down. We were basically at the point where many of our roads are at or near failure, and if you're considering pay as you go in the future, it's going to continue to go down until it levels out because the roads are unserviceable and you just can't get any farther down.
Okay, are we ready to go to public comment? Looks, do we have, do we have public comment in the room? And remember, folks, 2 minutes each. So did someone want to? Okay, I guess I could have guessed. Maybe not. Okay, Mr. Egger, you're up first.
Frank Yeager from the Cascades. So a tax rate amount, the duration. So we're talking about $1,200,000 per year for 30 years. A payback of at least 36 million. If you read the supplement, it could go to 40 million. The proposal is to fund roughly, $18 million in projects. And prior to seeing the supplement issued this afternoon, I was figuring $18 million in interest rates over the 30 years. And looking at the supplement, it could be as much as 22,000 in interest. 22 million, 18 million on projects and 18 million in interest minimum. And take Bolinas Road, for instance, it's in a federal secondary roadway system, and it's fully available for federal funding. This November ballot will be loaded with tax increases, state housing bonds, school bonds, various tax increases. I urge you to continue this proposal until 2026, when interest rates will be 1/2 of what they are today. We have an election November 5th, and by the time this election settles out, in 2 years, the interest rates will be 1/2 of what they are today. Use your gas tax funds, your vehicle in lieu payments, your grants and funds from the garbage company for in lieu use, to take care of some roadways in the meantime. And if you wait till 2026, you'll save taxpayers $9 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I'm not sure if staff or the consultants are misleading you, or maybe people just can't do math because it gets so confusing because the numbers are so big. But let me help you out with this. This is not being transparent whatsoever. We just got told by the town manager that, well, if you pay as you go, our roads are going to continue declining. Well, yeah, if you keep not spending the monies that come in for our roads, on our roads, sure, you're going to run out of gas if you don't put gas in the tank. So why not present things fairly to people and have a pay-as-you-go graph that uses the $1.2+ million that comes in rather than $500,000? That'd be transparent. That'd be fiscally responsible. You should not vote on this until you have that information at hand. Otherwise, you're misleading people. We have one of the highest sales taxes in Marin County. There are jurisdictions that have great roads with far less sales tax. This should be presented in a table on how it got there. It took San Anselmo 15 years of prudent financial management to get their roads in the condition that they're in. This is a boondoggle. Spending $250K. Pardon me, I got to get the light out here. On the Climate Action Committee, maybe you could shave some of that cost and put it into roads and not have to do a bond measure. Have you thought about that? Where can you sharpen your pencil? I'd like to know, where can you save money? Because it seems like this town council wants to just keep spending every single bit of money that's coming in. Also, it's misleading that Heather Abrams is talking about existing homes. What about the cost for people to move to Fairfax?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell. $18 million would be $2 million a year for 9 years. We're talking about what would be the debt service on this 18 million per year? As Todd said, how much did we spend on a climate action committee coordinator? Why aren't we getting 30,000 a year from reasonable fees for the parklets instead of basically giving them away? Why are we spending $20,000 or $30,000 to study neopronouns? I mean, the money is there. You spend it on whatever you wanted to spend it on, except for the roads. Why should it be our problem for the town council and the town staff's mismanagement? The town manager wasn't here for most of that, so she shouldn't take the blame. The public works director wasn't here for that. Why didn't we have a real public works director like we used to? If you spend $150,000 out of the million or so that you take in a year, that's what you spend on the roads as opposed to what's coming in dedicated supposedly for the roads. No wonder they're in the shape they're in. You know, people, yeah, you want to talk about people with houses? People are spending $16,000, $18,000, $20,000 a year on taxes. They expect the town to be able to deal with that, to deal with the roads, to deal with the infrastructure. That's what you're here for, not for studying neopronouns.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council. First off, for correction, some of us, as myself, pay $135,000 a year in property tax. So this really does add up. You guys have been collecting enough money to maintain this, but you decide to allocate that money elsewhere. And even tonight, if our attorney can sit here texting on her phone, I do ask, why do we have another attorney from our old firm sitting there billing us twice? I'm sorry, but these are unnecessary expenditures. You're elected to come up here and do that heavy thinking. If you need consulting or some sort of counsel question, absolutely. But to now have two attorneys sitting here bilking you, I didn't say billing, but bilking you because you guys can't come up and articulate the correct questions to ask a prudent question for an answer. That's really a reflection on you. It's how you've been managing this town for the last few years. And I'm sure it is a drag for you guys to sit up there knowing and thinking that you know best for all of us, and having someone like myself, as Barbara has said, the peanut gallery once, chip and attack you. That's not the want. But this is the only way when you shorten our time to try to tell you what's really upsetting the constituents, what's hurting the constituents, what's hurting the town. And you're not inclusive of everybody. You have your own little agenda, like Stephanie's comment about how she doesn't want to listen to the 90% of the people. It's time that you listen to the majority of the people. You can't just keep saying, I want to spend money on whatever I want. Money has come in to do these projects, and that's how it should be allocated, not spending two attorneys and additional consultants. So I really encourage you guys to look at your own skill sets. And if you can't do this and it's a big think, then you shouldn't be on a council, and let's give somebody else an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Are there speakers on Zoom?
There is one speaker on Zoom. Philip, you are unmuted.
Hi there. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. You can. Great. I just got to point out the obvious. I think everybody in the room, there's not a lot of people in the room there, but they have made the big grand points that are right on. But the obvious thing that you all are missing is you hired a consultant to tell you whether or not it was feasible to go for $36 million on a road repair bond, and they got back to you and said no. You don't have the support to float that. So instead of listening to them, you come back with half that amount, hoping that somehow the town will accept half that amount. You're not listening to your own consultant. Your own consultant is telling you you don't have the support. That consultant cost, I think we said $32,000. What's it going to cost you to put the ballot measure on the November ballot? Another 40? Another 50? I don't know. No one's mentioned the cost there. But to pick up on what the folks in the room said earlier, it's not, these small amounts of money are not necessarily that big, but when you put them all together, we're talking about millions of dollars. And you guys, my property taxes are unaffordable. And you want me to come back and give more for something you've already received the money for. It's not feasible. It's unacceptable, really, to come to the taxpayer and say, we didn't spend the money we were supposed to spend on roads previously. Now please give us $18,000, which is really $40,000 when you consider the interest. One other point to Heather, she talked about trying to sell this thing as, oh, well, interest rates can go down. Don't forget, interest rates can also go up. So this is an estimate. I appreciate that. I just think that.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on Zoom? Okay, bring it back. Just one thing to clarify is these matters are very specific. That's why we have bond counsel. And bond counsel advises us specifically on how to make sure that we're doing this correctly. Our town attorney is here who does general public law. So at times we need specialized service. So, and I do object to the term bilking. Nobody's bilking us for anything. And appreciate, these things are difficult. So we're trying to make sure we do this right. And so that's where we're at. Are there any deliberations of the council at this point? Councilmember Ackerman?
So Mr. Egger brought up a question, and I wanted to just make sure we were clear on that. So if interest rates generally were to go down, let's say half, it would be great. Be nice to know that ahead of time too. But let's say interest rates in the general economy went down to half in a couple of years. I would surmise, and I just want to check with our bond counsel or with all the experts in the room to make sure that I understand this correctly. As has been said, if the voters pass this, that doesn't mean we borrow the money right away. That doesn't mean we have to start paying interest right away. The voters have just approved that we can borrow that money. Then what we would do is we would issue some bonds, that is to say, borrow some money, and we would do some work, and then we would borrow some more money and do some more work, and then borrow some more money. It's been said it might be somewhere around 3 tranches like that. So let's say we borrowed that first tranche of money, but then by the time we borrowed the second tranche of money, interest rates had gone down to half. We would then be paying half as much interest on that second tranche. So it's not just a matter that if we wait 2 years right now to do this, to put this bond measure before the voters, that's the critical thing. The critical thing is really when we borrow the money, and we don't know. Interest rates may go up, they may go down, and as far as just to say that's a question, and I just want to get that confirmed, I guess, that I've explained that correctly, because I think it's important for people to understand how these things work. And I'll also say that it was, as has been mentioned, we have refinanced the Measure K bonds and saved a considerable amount of money. I was involved in that refinance because that was the year I was vice mayor, and the vice mayor and mayor are the finance committee. And we worked with the people who helped us refinance that. We saved the town over $1 million with just that one refinancing. So these things happen, and that's another way that you can save money. If you borrowed money And some of us have done this with our mortgage as well. If you've borrowed money and then later you find out the interest rate is way lower, you can refinance what you borrowed and bring it down. So these are two things to keep in mind. We don't have to wait right now and see what the interest rates do because it's a dynamic thing.
So, and I think just you had a question.
I just wanted to
clarify.
confirm that explanation.
And I think the other piece that Wing C mentioned was that we wouldn't even start considering the first tranche until 2025, 26. So maybe you can, I'm not sure who answers Bruce's question.
That is correct. And I'll just pass it over to Wing C to see if she wants to add anything.
Sure, that is accurate, Councilman Ackerman. This is not like a sales tax where it gets passed and then that rate gets implemented at a date certain. This is passing, as you mentioned, the ability to issue, and then even with each issuance, all the documents, good faith estimates at that time, not to exceed parameters will come back to council. So each of those processes are also very transparent. And then, yes, it will typically with public offerings, you can refinance after 10 years. But even if the interest rates don't go down, because you typically have a yield curve that goes up with each year, that you've now passed 10 years. So that next, in the 11th year maturity now is a 1-year maturity. So then the rate tends to be lower even at that point. So it doesn't even have to be that overall interest rates drop significantly for savings.
Hey, I see thank you, Councilmember. I see Councilmember Cutrano has his hand up.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments, and I appreciate Councilmember Ackerman bringing up that point because I think that should help address Mr. Egger's questions in his public comment. But I just wanted to remind folks, both in the room, but also folks on Zoom and people who will be watching this, that when we talk about the total amount of money that the town has to work with, 55.5% of the town's budget roughly is, as of this year, as of this fiscal budget, goes just to police and fire. So 55.5%. The next two largest departments are planning and public works, and they're neck and neck. They're 9.3, 9.5% respectively. So if you're wondering where the vast majority of the town's money goes, it goes to these very things. But as we've seen, even last year when we tried to go above and beyond, and we put $1 million to pavement last year, and we increased the downtown sidewalk program, and that was $170K, and then we had the $20K for the other personal sidewalk projects. We were able to get big projects done for $750K roughly in the last fiscal year for Porteous and Lower Scenic, but they were just portions of roadway. So what we're talking about here is very, very expensive projects that aren't just, it's, 50K here or 40K here or 100K here. These are very expensive projects and expensive undertakings we're talking about. Even this year, last month in June, we approved the SB1 gas tax funds for this fiscal year. It's $194,000. It's just a fraction of one of those road projects last year, which was just a fraction of the road. So I just wanted to paint that picture a little bit for folks. So we're talking about the gravity, why $18 million up front matters so much. I think it's even beyond what Winksy and Heather have mentioned in terms of comparing this to, a mortgage for a home. I think that's a apt comparison when we're talking about why you borrow up front, because you can't get all of that cash up front. But I think what's even more dramatic with this sort of example than a mortgage for a home is that you can choose a home that you want that's in good condition. But the roads we have are the roads we have. And if we don't make the investments now, the roads are going to be in far worse condition, and we will still own them. We will still be stuck with them. It's not like we can go choose a different home or something if the the home hadn't had good investments or something like that, or a new roof or whatever. And we've talked, and Councilmember Hellman has brought up this curve that shows even with the on average $500,000 a year that we've been spending over the last couple of years, we'll go down to 46 out of 100 is a score, composite score for all of our pavement health in the town. There are other things of note as it relates to pavement health. Let's just really quickly, I wanted to note for arterials. So when we're talking about Sir Francis Drake, Bolinas, 7.7% of our roads that are in that are arterials in good health. That's 7.7% of all of our roads in Fairfax are arterials in good health. 6.6% of all of our roads in Fairfax are arterials in fair health, and 6.6% are arterials in poor health. We have a very small percentage of arterials in Fairfax that have failed compared to collector streets or residential streets as part of the entire network in Fairfax. But the dramatic difference between reinvesting in our roads when they're in good or fair health compared to poor or failed condition, which is the direction that many of our roads are going, it is quite stark. And it's something that is hard for many of us to wrap our heads around when we're thinking about the compound growth of the costs associated with repair. One example, just because I brought up good for arterial versus fair versus poor, we know that a good chunk of our arterials are in fair and poor condition and trending in a particular direction, right? Well, if you were trying to invest or do some sort of repair to a roadway in good condition, an arterial roadway on Sir Francis Drake, for instance, and Lauren goes out there to crack seal or micro surface that roadway, it might cost $1.75 to up to $10.50 per square yard to repair that portion of Sir Francis Drake. If it's in poor condition, if it's in fair condition, that might be $12.50 to $55 per square yard. So you see the dramatic increase if you've let it go from good to fair. And then if it goes from fair to poor, you're talking about $24 to $78 per square yard to do any sort of maintenance or rehabilitation. If it's failed and you need to do a full-on surface reconstruction, which is what we're talking about for portions of Bolinas Road, we're talking about the ballpark of $79 to $169 per square yard. So you could see just how dramatic it is if we let this go on for a couple more years, for 5 more years, for 8 more years, for 10 more years, and just go on with the status quo. We've mentioned it, and I don't mean to belabor this point because it's been brought up at so many council meetings, as Town Manager Abrams mentioned in her presentation. But that had been the practice, which was penny wise and pound foolish, because now it's way more expensive to fix all of those sections of roadway that might have been in good or even fair condition and have slipped into poor condition and in some failed condition or very poor condition, less than, less than 25% on the pavement condition index. So I just wanted to paint that picture a little bit, where the money is, why we're even having the conversation about needing to have this money up front and make this investment up front. Because even if we did a pay-as-you-go sort of thing and you stretch out $500K out for 30 years, let's say, or 33 years to the end of this proposed bond, 2057, and you're at $16.5 million, right? That's $16.5 million over 30 years. And we will be slipping into even poorer pavement condition for all of the bits of road that we couldn't touch up with that money, which is why we need to invest so much on the front end, which is what we're talking about tonight. To Mr. Saliveri's comment, we did decide to do $18 million and work through those numbers, which are presented before us tonight. The reason we did that is, one, yes, because there are going to be a lot of different bond measures state, regional, local, on our November ballot. So, you know, we're cognizant of that and the stresses for Fairfax and for everybody else. But the other thing is, while the $36 million bond, which would have gotten us a lot further in terms of road maintenance and road repair throughout our entire network, you know, while that was an option, it only garnered 61%, which is not far from the 66% needed to pass. But the $18 million, without any real education, without anybody doing any campaigning or knocking on doors or having meetings with different community groups, that was already surveyed at 64% support. And we're trying to get to a threshold of 66%. So to claim that the survey results indicated that there was no support, we're probably not reading the same thing. I think it's quite the contrary. We're very close to the threshold of 66% without doing any work yet, just on the suggestion of 18 million over the 36 million. I'm sorry. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with this. I'm grateful for the supplements. I'm grateful for the questions and for the guidance from Cost and from others. And at the appropriate time, Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to make the motion to adopt.
Okay, well, I think we've got a couple more, Vice Mayor Blash, and I just want to ask my colleagues to the extent feasible, we're getting close to 10 o'clock. So let's deliberate as much as we need to, but maybe trim it a little bit.
Right. I was just going to say, in follow on with what Councilmember Catrano said, the 18 million polled at about 64%, and there was a margin of error of 5.7%. So that means that the actual number of people who would vote for it might be as high as 69.7% or as low as 58.3%. So since it's within the margin of error, you know, there seems to be a possibility that we could get the amount needed to pass this particular bond. And I did want to note that I had asked a number of times, because community members ask, you know, why are we different from some other towns that you might have heard about? You might want to think about Corte Madera, which has an absolutely massive tax base because it has all those malls. We're a little town. We don't have that kind of tax base. So we are just different financially. And if you read the papers recently, you'll see that Nevada was also struggling with its roads and how to fund them and looking at a tax to possibly cover them. But again, Nevada is a much larger community. Some of the other communities have higher property values. There's all kinds of things that make for different financial situations within different communities. But we do know that a number of communities have successfully fixed their roads because community members decided to tax themselves in one way or another, because the roads were important enough to them and they thought it was worthwhile to work together to make that happen. I also wanted to note that, I mean, I don't know if this is okay to ask, but like, how much are we spending every year in emergency road repairs because our roads are in such bad shape?
I can answer that. You just approved an item to spend almost $600,000 on an emergency. The year's not over yet, but that's a good indication. Last year, the slides that happened along Bolinas, there are 7 slides on Bolinas. And remember, there was an apartment building that was basically destroyed through a slide. Just through luck, those were just outside the town limits. It just happened that way. Otherwise, those are millions of dollars of projects. And then the previous year, we had 195 Pine, which over $600,000 has been spent on, and that's in litigation. So it's averaging about $600,000. Before I got here, there was the sinkhole on Sir Francis Drake, and that's a temporary repair that was done to keep the road open, and that was about $600,000 or more.
Okay, I would just want to say I was one when we first saw the survey that thought we should wait till 2026. And speaking to Councilmember Cutrano, who is more knowledgeable about these issues and also incredibly passionate, he was able to really convince me that, in seeing that chart, Joe, could you turn that button down? Is just, we really can't wait. And I think it's time to try. Hopefully we'll be successful. And I just want to point out, if we move forward with this tonight, there will be a second reading on August 7th. And after that point, the council will not be involved. We may be involved as residents, but it will not be the council spending money. It's a general election, so the election cost, because we have so many other elections, will be minimal, it's very small. If we were doing a special election, it'd be a different story. So I think we are at a good point, and I want to thank Councilmember Cutrano, who also, rather than going for the 36 million, pushed, as all of we did, to go for 18 million, thinking that we could make really some headway, and also looking at the presentation by Joe and Lauren tonight, we'll be able to look at 40.9% if this passes and if we can do the work, and even more if we get more grant money or partnerships. So I think it's definitely worth where we're at. And I would ask my fellow council members if somebody would like to make a motion. And I would want to ask Councilmember Cutrano to do that because he's been quite the lead on this.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution of necessity, determining necessity to issue bonds and waive first reading and read by title only, ordinance number 890, ordering the submission of the measure incurring bonded indebtedness for the purpose of the acquisition, construction, and improvement of roads and certain municipal infrastructure projects to town voters.
Second.
Okay, so that was
With the supplement.
With the supplement.
with the supplement. It actually doesn't change the resolution though.
No.
So Councilmember Cutrano and then Vice Mayor Blash seconded. Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. Before we go on to the next item, and I would like, we have the 10 o'clock rule. So I believe we can finish it up. And I want to thank Wingsy and Jennifer for helping us tonight. I think you are dismissed unless you want to stay and join us for the rest of the meeting and not bill us. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion
We'll
to,
move to press on. And
well, I think you have to
10 o'clock
waive the 10 o'clock rule.
That's waive the 10 o'clock rule.
Would
Yes.
somebody like to second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And I want to also mention that we have a couple of changes to the agreements. Did we put copies out on the safe? Okay, let's put a copy out there. And we'll take a moment just to pass these around. There are two. And go ahead. Take one of each, please. There are two, because there's two agreements. So there might be extras.
Two documents.
Yes, there's two documents. There are two agreements. Do you need a tissue? Here. Okay, so our next item is item 5. And I want to mention for folks who came in late that we continued item 6, and then we'll move on to consent. So item 5 is consider and approve agreements for town attorney services. And I think we have town manager Heather Abrams is taking the lead on this one.
Yes, I'll try to make it very short. You may have questions.
Well, let's take the time needed because I think this is a really important item. So I know it's late, but it's really important. So let's take whatever time we need.
Well, I'll start by reminding the council and the members of the public. It shows in the staff report that we have a current attorney who has served with many councils throughout Fairfax over the years, and also many town managers. So very experienced both in the legal field and also with the town of Fairfax specifically. And so Janet Colson has been with the BBK firm, and BBK announced that they were planning to raise their rates quite significantly. And so Janet Colson was willing to try to look for other options for us. And so what you see in the staff report is the first option, talking about staying with BBK, that would result in us having a different lead town attorney. That person would likely be less experienced and would cost more, much more. The second option that we looked at was a new firm that Janet Colson would be our town attorney at a lower cost than BBK was offering. And also she was able to convince BBK to sign a separate agreement with the town that would give us access to those specialized attorneys that we need. Those specialized attorneys are 100% needed, not optional. No one, it's sort of like no one attorney does all specialties in the same way that no one engineer does all specialties. So if you go to a soils engineer, they're not going to help you with your computer. They're not going to help you with electronics or with other things. They have to have specialties. And at BBK, we are utilizing specialized attorneys like you saw tonight for bond counsel and other matters. So that's a very important thing. So that's why staff is recommending that second option. Other options that are sort of out there in the universe, but not recommended would be, for example, to put out an RFP for, general legal services. In the meantime, we would need to stay with BBK at that much higher rate that they proposed if they will continue with us, which is not certain. And we would then be recruiting potentially a different attorney at a much higher rate. We know throughout the county and throughout the Bay Area that legal services for local governments have been going up very dramatically. And we saw that at the Ross Valley Fire District, where we recently had to renew the contract with the attorneys' firms. And we see that in other jurisdictions. Larkspur a few months ago went through something similar. So we're not alone there. But I would recommend very strongly to the council that that option 2 of being able to continue to have access to our experienced and very specifically knowledgeable about Fairfax attorney is really important, and to have those backup services through BBK is very important as well. And then there was a supplement that was just added to give additional specificity. It doesn't change any of the terms. I don't know if you want
And
to
I
add
had
anything.
asked specifically for additional information on the insurance and that the town be additional insured. And that's really the changes to the agreement. So, Town Attorney Colson, did you want to add some information?
I just want to point out that the only change is to section 3.8 insurance, and it just clarifies what's available insurance wise from both BBK and from the new firm that I'll be with, and that there is additional insured on the general liability provided.
Thank you. So are there questions of staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you for laying out the options so clearly. So I understand the across the board, BBK's raising rates, and those are described in option 1. But for option 2, what would the specialized service rate be? Would that be the 350 to 380, depending on the topic?
So that was their offer when they're general counsel. When I received the contract from them, it was 355 across the board. So not 350 to 380, but 355 across the board for special services. Now they have another category that they said was not included in the first offer, and that's for the extra special services, I guess. And it includes pension and some things that are rarely used, but when they are, they're highly, highly specialized. So help with PERS, for example. There is one attorney who has extensive experience working with PERS and working with the benefits, employee benefits, and her rate is $425 is what they are offering her rate at. And that's just for that specific topic. So all the bond counsel you see tonight is $355. We frequently use elections help. That's $355. We have CEQA help that's going on right now, actually $355. Litigation. That's also, we have 2 outstanding litigation cases, $355.
Okay, so that's the option 2, 355 would be the special rate. And then there's, like you said, extra special, as you noted.
For that one
would
category.
vary.
Well, no, she said it was
It's
425.
for that one category of PERS, pension, employee benefits.
Okay. Okay,
And
thank
so I
you.
would ask you folks, if you want to talk, could you go outside, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Questions? No. Okay. Did you have a question, Councilmember Ackerman?
Just a point of information about.
Well, let's do that later. Are there any more questions? Okay, Councilmember Catrano, I don't see your hand up, so you don't have any questions. Okay, let's go to public comment on this item. And I want to remind folks, 2 minutes each, please. If there's public comment, if you could step up. And the last person who uses the mic, if you don't mind pressing the button down, that would be great.
Okay, there's some things once again missing. I'm just amazed at the lack of transparent analysis or factoring in of all the different considerations.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you put that light down? It shines right in our eyes. Thank you.
I have requested numerous times for the record that the lighting be adjusted here because it is not visible for people looking to read the documents in the back or here as I stand at this podium. So I will try to keep it away from anyone else. A lot of my time's been taken, so I'd like to have that time back. The town attorney working for BBK has drastically exceeded their budget the last 2 years and is doing what's called block billing with no detail. I'm asking this council to sharpen and this town manager to sharpen their pencils and to find out where the money is going and why we're drastically over budget. That money could have been spent on the roads, so we wouldn't have to have a bond. Come on now. Why are we consistently over budget? We deserve an answer, especially if you're trying to tax us more. Aside from that, you've got PRA costs of $200 per hour. You know why people ask for PRAs? Because we're not provided publicly available documents. And I'll give you an example right now tonight. Go on the town's webpage. Look at the financial reports section. Nothing's been updated since 2021. I had to make 3 requests to get the 2023 audit. Town of Fairfax 2023 audit, to the best of my knowledge, if you go to financial reports, is not posted there. It wasn't there when I looked this afternoon. Why should I have to ask 3 times? Why should I have to ask 5 times? And other people, it's not just me, 5 times or more. Why should people have to sue the town as people have, or as people are in the midst of suing the town to get the records that should be produced? Why is the town spending $200 an hour for this? What is the depth of talent and resources? What happens if Janet Colson gets sick? What is the firm? Public agency law that she's starting?
Thank you. Is next speaker, please.
Mark Bell. Really going off what Todd just said, if the attorney is so efficient, why have the legal costs for the town skyrocketed 45%, 50% over budget? And then the budget just got raised to try to deal with that, and still it's above that. Why have so-called legal experts that our attorney has brought in that cost the town hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect it, like with these smart meters? That was $150,000 extra that year in legal fees. And then PG&E sends a letter saying we're putting smart meters in, and the town rolls over because supposedly we have no legal defense. But we paid over $150,000 for that defense. And we can go on and on about other experts who have been flown up here, et cetera, to really say nothing because nothing has ever happened. And we also have an attorney who ignores adjudicated California laws, some by the Supreme Court of California, and makes up laws to suit her whim on the moment that don't exist. I think we should be looking at other opportunities.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Town Council. This is the public's only opportunity to review Janet. And although Janet, I'm sure, has given you good counsel, there should be a review, kind of like, why haven't we had consistency for employment? And I've certainly called out a couple of times when I knew that the citation she brought up, referring to specifically one lawsuit, was incorrect. But what I really want you guys to think about, if we're moving around from different firms, and this is something that maybe you can provide and illuminate for us, you might have a clause that says that they're going to indemnify you. Indemnification is only as deep and valuable as the asset that's being offered to protect you. So if a little startup comes up, unlike the BBK, which is a larger machine, and there is a claim against you as an individual or a town, they will not have the financial wherewithal to protect you. So for your own self-preservation, you want to really identify and ask, what is that indemnification? What does that entitle? What kind of bonds, assets, or insurance policies are you directly encumbering for our protection? Because you, at the end of the day, will be dragged in. And generally, insurance doesn't pay the claim at the end of the day. It pays for your defense. It pays for those attorneys to try to get you in a better position. So you may want to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Frank Aker from the Cascades. I'm just trying to figure out what you're going to end up with here for legal services. Correct me if I'm wrong. It would appear that Janet Colson is going to work for the Public Agency Law Inc. in Santa Rosa on Bethards. And they will provide our day-to-day legal services for the town. And then for specialized services, Fairfax would continue to use BB&K for some specialized services. Is that correct? Is that?
Yes.
How many lawyers work for the public agency law firm? Are there a lot of lawyers or one? I mean, was she the only lawyer or?
Let's just go on and we'll answer your questions after.
That's all about it. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
There is one speaker on Zoom.
Okay, let's get that.
Richard, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Council. Richard Applebaum. I don't and have never had any quibble with a town of Small Desires needing various expertise on various matters. And as I'm sort of following the discussion tonight, it seems like the two main things that have been brought up have to do with cost, billables, and the issue of continuity. And I'd like to suggest that maybe there's another thing to be considered, which is there another kind of attorney, someone who may have more connection to the community, someone who's more local? Is there another approach to who we would, obviously there would be growing pains with any new person from someone who's been here for many, many years and knows all the history and all the details. But I'm just wondering if there's also an opportunity to at least ask yourselves, and all of us as a town ask ourselves, is there, we're going to rely often on specialized experts, and the paradigm is going to be that we have a primary person who does our day-to-day, and then we bring in the experts as needed. Is there an opportunity to explore an individual who might offer a different kind of fit for our town and have some other benefits that would serve us? And it's just a question. I'm not in any way trying to disparage the current town attorney, but I'm just raising that as an issue. I've always felt strongly in a town as small as ours, when we have so many passionate issues and neighbors know each other, and there's a lot of stuff going on, that it's just my personal view that we might benefit from having somebody who's a little more tied or close to the community, who lives here or lives nearby, or it's much more connected. So it's just a thought that I've had for some time, and I wanted to share it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer Mr. Egger's question, public agency law would be one attorney, and that is Janet Colson. And to answer Mr. Applebaum's question to a certain extent, public agency law is a specialized type of law, and Janet Colson has more than 30 years experience. So you don't, there are lawyers in town and do not have public agency law experience, which is a different kind of expertise. So our day-to-day would be handled, if we go this route, with a lawyer that has more than 30 years experience in public agency law. And then where we need specialized expertise, we would be going with BBK if we go this route. So moving back to the council, Councilmember Ackerman, we're done with Zoom.
Yep, we're done. Okay.
Did you have a comment?
As far as my opinion, I believe we should take option 2. I think I have very much appreciated working with Janet for the years that I have, not only in Fairfax, but also on the Marin and Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District, which I represent Fairfax on, so I'm on that board. That's a board it's a pretty large board because there's a representative from all of the Marin towns, all of the Sonoma towns, and the 2 counties at large. So it's a large board with a lot of different people there. It's certainly not just Fairfax. It's a variety of people with a depth of experience. And that board, Janet has also served that board as the general counsel through BBK. And we had to consider the same set of options because we had the same problem. BBK was raising their rates, and Janet has offered to separate from BBK and for both of us, for both of our agencies. And we chose unanimously the same choice as option 2 that we have on our thing here. So I just wanted to point that out as a point of information. And I certainly support that. That's my feeling.
And just one thing to add that the town manager didn't add, along with BBK raising their rates, they had an annual cost inflator, which was mandatory. That would still apply for the specialized services, but going with the PAL, we would not necessarily have that. And I think a reminder is the last time we gave you a raise working for BBK was 2018. So there've been a number of years. So with that, I'm hoping, oh, wait a minute. I see a finger and a hand up. Councilmember Catrano.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll try to be brief, but you know, I don't want to rush this, as you mentioned earlier, and get some questions answered. One quick comment before my 2 questions. Similar to Councilmember Ackerman's experience, and Councilmember Hellman can back me up on this too, but we did go through a similar issue with increasing legal costs at Ross Valley Fire. And we were in the deliberations, I believe Councilmember Hellman and I, making a defense of like why we should be reconsidering the increasing costs at Ross Valley Fire. We're saying, look at BBK, look at the town of Fairfax. We pay a much cheaper cost, and we should have expected it was only a matter of time before we got the notice that the legal costs over on our side were going to increase as well. So it's definitely happening all over. I think especially coming out of COVID, there's been a lot of firms just, you know, recalculating what they're due or what they believe they're due. But 2 quick questions for Town Attorney Colson. The first question is related to actually something that Todd brought up, and I think we've in the past addressed the whole block billing thing, and that actually, Janet, when you submit your bills to Michael Vivret in our finance department, you actually break things out. It's just the way that they've historically shown up in the budget, that they all get smushed into one line item, and they should be broken out. And we've talked with the finance department about that at our budget hearing. Actually, we discussed that as well. But Janet, the ratio of general counsel to special counsel in a given year, do you have a ballpark like breakdown of what? I know it's so hard because there's the housing element, or there's, you know, some crazy emergency issue, and then you need to pull someone in. But do you have like a ballpark figure for that kind of thing?
Overall, on a yearly basis, no, but let me think about it as far as a monthly basis is concerned, and it's probably, and it completely depends on what's going on, because the special services that I do not provide would include litigation. So if there are cases, those would be included. If not, then they wouldn't be. Employment law, elections law, CEQA, those types of things are what we have used specialists for. Also, there's, you know, the general services are pretty much everything else. The Public Records Act stuff has been under general. It's anything that I either need help with or I'm seeking some additional expertise with. Now, what I'm looking at is doing general services solely just general services. I'm not a litigator. I know CEQA, but I don't have specialized CEQA experience. I do not do employment law. I do not do pensions. There are areas where I just would not be able to provide that service. So it really is something of a package deal. And along with that goes, I think the question came up, if I'm sick or if I can't be here or whatever, there is available at BBK a general services rate. Now it is considerably higher than the rate that I would be charging, but it's still available. So it would be there if you needed it. And as far as the block billing is concerned, I don't think Mr. Greenberg has any idea about that, because the narrative that is provided on the billing is confidential. It's attorney-client privileged information. And so that's never provided to the public. So he really hasn't ever seen or has no idea about the individual matters being broken out, the individual task, all of that information, what an attorney works on, what they're thinking about, what they're researching, what they're looking into. That's attorney-client privileged information. So he hasn't seen that.
So one thing I
yeah,
want to add, Chance, let me just interrupt. So one of the things that came up during the budget was breaking out on the budget page the general and specialized.
Yes.
And I specifically went back to the finance director saying, and I know you had provided it.
Mhm.
And so I reminded him again. And Heather just gave me the pages that show the breakout of general versus specialized. And the budget is final with those. There was something on the open space budget that needed fixing as well. That was all that was left. So the budget will be posted soon, and it's broken out by general and specialized. So excuse me for interrupting. I just wanted to let you know that we hadn't dropped that.
Yeah, that's great news. And I look forward to seeing the final version of that. But thank you for staying on top of that, Madam Mayor. One other final thing, Janet, is just, can you speak to that question of the indemnification between like a smaller firm versus one of the larger firms, and if there's any difference between those two options?
The indemnification is provided to go beyond the limits of insurance, but it is exceedingly rare, especially in a professional services contract, that would be applicable. Professional liability insurance is provided, and we're both providing professional liability insurance. And that's what you need from an attorney. There's also general liability insurance provided, but that's if somebody's injured or whatever. There's also auto provided from me, because I come here. Most of the people from BBK would not come here. They would now be available via Zoom, but I come here. And so I'm covered for auto as well as general liability and professional liability.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just a reminder, I had specifically asked that we have more detail as to the insurance for both BBK as well as for PAL.
Right.
So that's in the supplement. So I think I just want to make one comment. I guess I'm the longest serving member on this council, and I came in when Jim Karpiak was still our attorney and left like a month or two later, and have had the opportunity to work with Janet Colson as an attorney for the 11 years. And I worked with many attorneys in my career on hazardous substances cleanup. I've testified I've been an expert witness, you name it. I've dealt with many attorneys in my career and at my age. And I feel that we're very lucky to have you. And I also think that this option that you're providing us is very generous of you to take this leap to assist us and other entities that you represent, so that we don't we aren't held hostage to these larger firms and even higher rates. So I want to just extend my appreciation. But with that, okay, let's get another comment and then let's get a motion.
Yeah, no, I think this is a solid staff report and I appreciate how the information was laid out. I typically would have been in favor of, doing an RFP, but we have absolutely no reason to believe that costs would come in lower and that the service would be anywhere near what we get. I want to remind folks, including my colleagues, that Janet doesn't charge us for going to fiscal planning meetings. She shows her deep commitment. She just wants to stay informed and comes to all day planning sessions and doesn't charge us.
And our retreats and doesn't.
Phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I also want to kind of take us back to the whole housing element, which had a lot of bumps in the road, including a shift in our consultants. And Janet was the glue.
And she was the glue when we lost our planning director. She was the
Yes.
glue and
So there's
also
a lot
went to
that
planning
may not
commission.
be completely clear to the public, that, sort of, I mean, not behind the scenes, but maybe not as well understood as the folks here and the staff know. And I've really come to appreciate your commitment to Fairfax and thank you for this. And if anyone doesn't have any other comments, I'll make the motion.
Go
Yeah,
for
that's,
it.
that's very well said. Thank you for pointing that out. And I completely concur. Yeah.
Concur.
All right, let's make that motion.
I move to approve agreements for town attorney services,
Including the two supplements.
including the two supplements to contract with town attorney Janet Colson's new firm called Public Agency Law for general services at a rate of $245, special at $355, and as noted earlier, $380 for the extra special.
It's 425.
$425.
We don't need all that
Okay.
level, but
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to second it.
all right. So we have Councilmember Hellman first and second Vice Mayor Blash. And let's do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. I want to mention one more thing. I don't know how many attorneys you can call at any time on the weekend, midnight. It's, she is available to all of us at amazing times and always is, willing to talk despite the 4 children and the husband and the house that burned down a couple of years ago. So we really appreciate your willingness to help us. So with that, we're going to move on to consent. And I believe I'll read the consent, but you wanted to make a motion to pull an item and move it up first, right?
Yes.
Why don't you go for that?
I would like to move,
14.
yeah, yes, item 14. I'd like to pull off consent, please.
Okay, and is there any other items that people would like to pull off consent at the council level before we do anything? Okay, so let's do a motion to move item 14. Would you like to do that?
I just did.
Okay, and would we get a second?
I'll
on that?
second it.
All right, and this is to move it and move it up to
Next up. Yeah.
next up. Okay, and go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
No.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, and before we take that item up, I want to read the consent calendar language, and then we'll take a comment on consent before we take that item up. Okay, the council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action vote. And the alternative items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment for items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda other than item 14, which we pulled. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and may only speak once. So with that, I'll open it up to comment on consent. No, we're doing consent first to hear if people want. All right, go ahead. Mark Bell?
Yes. Comments on number 8. Says here, if any of the matters described above is challenged in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at any public hearing, etc. So I looked at the minutes, pretty incomplete. You can get a court reporter for a comparable fee. I have a feeling that court reporters put down everything that's said in a court. So why are we getting these abridged minutes of the meetings? Oh, Michael McIntosh asked a question. Oh, Todd Greenberg raised a couple of points. What's that? What if the electronica is wiped out? We no longer have a written word. So I think you need to revisit how you're doing the minutes. And then my other comment, and I actually will be brief, on 16, I just found it quite interesting that Pacific Gas and Electric is running commercials about how they're undergrounding all these utilities, but no mention of any of that happening in the town of Fairfax. And I think that we should pursue getting our utilities undergrounded.
Just so you know, that costs millions and we tax ourselves for that. And just briefly to mention, and I think we should probably post this on the website with the minute. The minutes are summary minutes. They're not a court recording, a court reporter recording, and they're really to emulate or specifically talk about deliberative decisions. So next speaker, please.
Todd Greenberg, once again, a packed consent calendar, 13 items, 2 minutes only to talk about important town matters, 9 seconds per item. I'm going to ask you, knowing full well that you never honor anyone's requests, to explain why you never honor anyone's request to pull items, to explain why Councilman Hellman pulled an item without an explanation tonight. I'd like you to pull item 7 and have a discussion about what the town's finances are, let the public speak. I'd like you to pull item 8 about the minutes in December coming out now. Isn't there an issue legally? Like, what's being hidden from December? Why did it take that long? Do we have a problem with whoever's producing the minutes? And why is Hellman editing them before they come to the public when they're supposed to come as an unbiased presentation? She's on record stating that she wanted to edit them, and you said that you would handle it. But that's enough, Stephanie. So there's some serious questions as to what's going on. It seems like there's a lack of transparency and a disregard for letting the public know what the public is entitled to know. We'd like explanations, please. That being said, I'd love to go over the town's finances some more. Why is the town attorney charging us significantly more, particularly on a per capita basis, than the town of San Anselmo charges is being charged for attorney services. Their budget's 300,000. Why are we running way over that when we've got 7,600 people and they've got 12,000 people? Something's wrong.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, council. I do have to agree, it's really absurd. If you go to most places and you have requests to pull something off the consent calendar, unless the room is so packed, they honor that. They want to engage the public. They want to say, okay, what is it? And I can tell you, yes, Barbara, I remember when you were appointed in 2013 and your first meeting was actually in the room behind the Fairfax Police Department because I waited out to speak to you. I can tell you that when I was here in 2001, 2, 3, and 4, when Frank Egger was also running this council, if we asked and made a request for something to be pulled off consent, it was pulled off and the general public got to discuss it. Okay. Since this council's been here, you do not honor that. Go to the sewer district, school district, other town councils, and you'll find that you're the anomaly. Specifically, number 8, that is the most offensive thing I think you guys have done in a while. We hear, I think it was last December, when Stephanie wants to contest the minutes and wants to alter them to better reflect how she wants to be reflected when people review them. Now you don't even provide us, the word you were looking for earlier was a transcription, but you don't provide us any sort of substantive information. The minutes are not being properly recorded, and you're taking now 7 months to 8 months to provide them so everybody can tweak them, alter them, not include anything. That's offensive. That is reasonable complaints to the Fair Political Practice Commission. Come on. How long do you think that we should put up with this when you cannot do your even public meetings and allow the public to review them, especially when you preclude us from bringing them up in a further or future argument? That's a reflection on you guys. And the smirk on your face is so offensive, Stephanie. I watched you in a prior speech. That was my gong.
Thank you. I see no more speakers in the room. Are there speakers on Zoom for consent?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I want to mention that, excuse me, folks, if you want to talk, please go outside. Item 12, we have a supplement for, there was a couple of typos in the resolution as well as the staff report on the amount of the appropriation limit. So if someone wants to make a motion to approve consent calendar minus item 14, make sure that you mention the supplement for item 12. Would someone like to go ahead?
I make a motion that we approve the consent calendar minus item 14 and with a supplement to item 12.
Would somebody like to second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Can
Or
I
is it
just
too late?
tell her Vice Mayor Hellman and then Councilmember Catrano second? What's the question?
I'm just wondering if the deputy town clerk could describe how minutes are taken and whether the town council has anything to do with it.
Can we just do the roll call vote and then briefly do that?
Thank you.
Roll call vote,
Yes,
please.
Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes. And very briefly, and then I think we have something that describes the types of minutes. I think we can put that on the website. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The intention of the minutes is to record the legislative decision of the body and the deliberation leading up to that. There is no involvement from any other party other than myself and the minutes taker who are involved in producing and reviewing the minutes. The December 6 minutes did not come to council today. It was an oversight on my part during Michelle's transition into retirement, and that was brought to my attention by a resident, and that's why there was a delay in bringing those minutes forward.
Thank
And
you.
have I provided you any comments before today in December?
Yeah, we don't take direction from you or any of the other council members
you.
when
Just
it
wanted to
comes
clarify
to,
on
I
that.
know that everybody has an opinion about the minutes, but there's a very specific way that the minutes are, there are best practices and we follow those best practices. And we're always happy to answer any questions anybody has about the minutes, but that's how it's done. And I will post the information, the guidelines that we follow to produce the summary minutes on the website.
Thank you. I think.
And I would just like to add that the meeting protocol was recently, in the last few minutes, violated because there was language that addressed the character of my motives and, in other words, lies being spread, not the first time. I did not change the minutes. I do not change the minutes to clarify the ridiculous narrative that is being spun over and over again is on many occasions to correct the record because there's often so many misstatements being provided by the public, people that I'm looking at right now, so many lies that I say to the clerk, I'd like to capture for the record the following to clarify for the public and the minutes so the public can have a document to refer to with facts and data and empirical documents to refer to, not nonsense BS that is so often surfaced here. So that is what my motive and intent is whenever I say, please, clerk, capture for the record. And that is the only clarification I have ever asked for in the minutes. And I think I'm done. And I would really appreciate you ending this bullshit.
So Councilmember Hellman, I know it's very difficult to sit here at times, but to the extent feasible, let's not call out people. So let's go on to item 14. And I believe we have our police chief on Zoom who has taken the lead on this with the other chiefs.
Yeah. Yes, and Mayor, just so you know, he won't be able to turn on his camera because he's in transition, but
that's all right.
You can hear his voice.
Okay, so Chief Tabaranza, thank you for joining us. Would you like to kind of give us kind of the staff report on, and I don't see him on, even without a picture.
His
on.
video won't appear on the screen because it's not on, but
I understand no video, but I don't see a black box.
right, his video is not turned on.
I understand that, but usually you see a black box.
There's no black
We
box.
don't see that.
Okay.
Okay, so Chief Tabaranza, if you could kind of go over the staff report, and I know all the chiefs have worked on this and conveyed to us why or how this came to this point and what your thinking was with the chiefs. Thank you for joining us. So
Yes. Yes, you're welcome. Can you all hear me, by the way?
we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, good evening. Thank you for having me here, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and the public. I'll go over the staff report. What item 14 is the subject for that is to approve responses to the 2023-2024 Marin County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled With Power Comes Responsibility, Youth Under Age 16 Operating Class 2 E-Bikes, a Safety Risk. What the recommendation of staff is to approve the responses to the Marin County Civil Grand Jury Report that I've attached with the staff report. So the discussion here briefly is that the Civil Grand Jury reported titled what I just stated, that they conducted an investigation to determine the extent of the problem when children under age 16 operate e-bikes in Marin and to explore possible solutions. The grand jury concluded that children under age 16 who operate class 2 e-bikes in Marin pose a danger to themselves and others. The grand jury also concluded that the same dangers do not apply to youths riding Class 1 e-bikes in Marin. So as a result of the investigation, the grand jury recommends that the Marin County and each of the municipalities, including Fairfax, closely communicate with each other about the issues addressed in this report. Responses to report from those involved agencies, including Fairfax, are due by July 25th. And the grand jury has requested the town of Fairfax to respond to findings F1 through F6. You can refer to that in the attachment that I've included, and the recommendations part of R1 through R4. So I'll go over that briefly as well. So for the findings F1 through F6, all of my findings here are to agree, and I'll read it off. F1, the increasing number of e-bike accidents involving youths under the age of 16 presents a public health and safety danger in Marin. Their response to that is agree. F2, the operation of Class 2 e-bikes by operators under the age of 16 poses a significant risk to the safety of e-bike operators, other bike riders, passengers, and pedestrians on sidewalks, streets, multi-use paths, and trails in Marin. The response to that is agree. F3, the emerging and increasing safety issues related to the Class 2 e-bike use by operators under the age of 16 has not been addressed by the Marin County or the municipalities in a uniform manner. The answer to that is agree. F4, for all practical purposes, the state of California has abdicated its responsibility to regulate the use of Class 2 e-bikes, leaving it up to the County of Marin and the Marin municipalities to create their own regulations. And the answer to that is agree. F5, the funding to continue the e-bike specific safety and training program, which is e-bike Smart Marin, provided by the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, is not sustainable without new sources of funding. And my answer to that is agree. F6, Marin County Public Schools are not currently able to implement additional bicycle safety training programs for students beyond what has been offered by Safe Routes to Schools for many years. And the answer to that is agree. So the responses, and I'll go over R1 through R4 that I commented on, are the following. So the R1 responses that the grand jury is requesting is the following. By December 31st, 2024, the Board of Supervisors in each municipality in Marin should take all steps necessary to adopt an ordinance with regard to Class 2 e-bikes with at minimum the following provisions. And these are the highlighted provisions. A, only people aged 16 or older may operate Class 2 e-bikes. B, operators of Class 2 e-bikes must wear helmets. C, all passengers on Class 2 e-bikes must wear helmets. So my response to the recommendation number R1 is will not be implemented because it is not warranted, is my response to that. So as to the issue surrounding age, it is difficult for law enforcement to surmise the age of the operator in mere passing. Making enforcement stops based solely to verify an operator's age is a concern for law enforcement. The only difference between Class 1 and Class 2 e-bike is that a Class 2 e-bike has a throttle control, both having motors that cannot emit power in excess of 750 watts, enabling the e-bike to travel up to 20 miles per hour. So based on the Marin County Health and Human Services bicycle safety dashboard, there is no evidence that the mere presence of a throttle control Class 2 is causing any more accidents than pedal assist Class 1. So we see no reason to differentiate the laws between Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes with regard to age. Now, California law adequately codifies the usage of helmets for e-bikes based on age and class of e-bike. So Vehicle Code Section 21212 states that all operators and passengers under 18 years of age shall wear a helmet when riding an e-bike. So that was the responses that I documented for R1. And R2, the grand jury is saying that by December 31st, 2024, the County of Marin and each municipality in Marin should take all steps necessary to establish a joint task force or committee to investigate and consider coordination among the county and municipalities about adopting a countywide uniform set of regulations regarding e-bike use within the County of Marin. This recommendation, in my response, requires further analysis, research, and coordination among jurisdictions, and the town of Fairfax agrees with this recommendation and is available to participate in a joint task force or committee which could provide consistency in enforcement and education policies throughout the county and its municipalities. That was a response for R2. For R3, the response of any task force or committee as described in recommendation 2 should consider inviting representatives from Marin County schools, law enforcement, public health officials, and bicycle advocates to provide their input. My response to that was that this recommendation requires also further analysis, research, and coordination among those jurisdictions. And the town of Fairfax agrees with the recommendation and is available to participate in a regional task force or committee that involves all relevant partners that have a stake in the process. And R4, which doesn't really qualify for us to answer to, was that by December 31st, 2024, the Board of Supervisors should explore options for additional funding for student and public education in Marin County about e-bike safety. My answer to that was that recommendation number R4 is not applicable for Fairfax, this jurisdiction, and should be commented only by the Board of Supervisors. So those were the answers presented. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding any of the responses or what my findings from F1 to F6, if you'd like to discuss this portion of the staff report.
Are there questions of Chief Tabaranza?
Yes, I have questions. Does anyone else because I have quite a bit.
Well, I go for it.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate the time. I appreciate you staying up with us this evening, and I appreciate the time you just went through reviewing the staff report. So, and I also appreciate you taking the time to talk to me this afternoon before the meeting. So, something I'm concerned about as a mother, as a member of the community, is we've been kind of chasing our tails on this for several years. We've had presentations from MCBC, we've had parents pleading with us, we've had attempts to communicate through the school districts, and it very much feels like to me as a mother and a community member that there's a lot of finger pointing. Oh, well, it's really educating the parents and the schools need to get on board with that. And PD doesn't want to be writing tickets and chasing kids on e-bikes. That's not the right, thing to do. And I agree with that. So I really appreciate the collaborative, response, and that there's going to be, a team of different entities working together on this. But I really think we need to understand that we have recent data, and I'm going to share this with the council if I have it in the email queue, but Dr. Willis presented to the Board of Supervisors yesterday, and the accident rate, this is 911 data, the accident rate for children from 10 to 14 is like 5 times higher than any other age segment. It is alarming. If we don't take this seriously, we're going to have blood on our hands. It's not okay for us to just say, okay, and just bureaucratic, okay, let's meet to meet, and let's meet to meet, and let's meet to meet. We have to take action. And I'm not coming up with a solution today, but I really would like the support of my colleagues. I'm tired of having this on our agenda and us not taking real action on this. I really feel like it's a public safety crisis. Bob Middleton is here. He's been coming to council meetings all over the county. He came to MCCMC recently, and he took a survey with photographs of all of the e-bikes at White Hill Middle School. And I'm sure he's going to share the data with us, but like over 70% of the e-bikes are illegal vehicles, and most of them are Super 73. Chief, the Super 73 is an illegal vehicle. Is that right? For a kid under 16?
I think, let me just add one thing. Okay. We're talking about the grand jury
I'm aware of
report,
that. I'm
and
aware
we
of
are
that.
not going to bring this to the bigger ticket
I just said
issue.
that I'm not recommending any action item beyond that, but I want the council to take the data seriously, Barbara.
Okay.
And this is data that is at our disposal. We have a member of the public that's doing us a favor and providing data that is relevant to the grand
Okay,
jury
but just
report.
remember,
And
we're
it's localized
focused
data,
on the grand jury report.
right, which was countywide, and we have localized data that needs to be socialized with the public. And that's what I'm doing here. And I'd like the chief to answer the question, is the Super 73 e-bike illegal?
Super 73 is a brand. If I'm going to go with California law, I have to classify bikes by the classification stated by the California Vehicle Code. So if a Super 73 falls under a class 2 electric bicycle, which is a low-speed throttle-assisted electric bicycle, is a bicycle equipped with a motor that may be used exclusively to propel the bicycle that is not capable of providing assistance when the bicycle reaches a speed of 20 miles per hour, then that's a legal bicycle according to the California Vehicle Code for one that falls under a class 2 electric bicycle. As for naming brand names, I have to stay away from that because I have to go with California law. If California decides to name that brand specifically as illegal, then that's when I can mention that that specific brand is illegal as you're asking me to do. But for now, I have to stick with what's California vehicles states about certain specific classes and stick to that. I can't go off and name specific brands.
Okay, then, could you
Isn't it
tell,
the
could you,
case that the Super 73, as has been explained to us, and I think I understand this, that the Super 73 is legal when it's sold, but it's very easy to modify. And it seems pretty clear that the people who designed the Super 73 intended that. And so that's what's illegal, is if people do this very simple modification, then that disables the feature of stopping providing assist beyond 20 miles an hour. That's what's the problem with the Super 73, is that you can disable that feature and make it assist you all the way up to very high speeds. I believe that's what
so
makes it illegal.
I believe you're correct. Thank you. As far as the grand jury recommendation, chief, to explore possible solutions, you and I talked today about your meeting with the Ross Valley School District superintendent, new superintendent, to discuss a registration program. Would you mind elaborating on that?
Yes, Councilmember Hellman, that is true. I have an appointment, actually, it's tomorrow morning, probably a couple hours from right now, to meet with our Tyler Graff, the superintendent, the new superintendent of Ross Valley School District. I've had plans with Marcy, but she has retired since, and now we're meeting with Tyler. And we're going to come up with what I've stated in my letter to the community, I believe it was in May, is that we want to create a program for registering, inspection, and communicating with parents and students about educating them about the differences of what's legal, illegal, and modifications to such that these kids may or may not know that they're doing that's causing a danger and raising those concerns for the high levels of accidents as stated by some of the stats that you just mentioned. We are looking for resolution. We're looking for resources and the possibility of creating a program so we can monitor what's going on in the schools, what parents are buying their students or their kids or children. You know, you had mentioned that, you know, as a parent, you're very concerned about this thing because it's a real problem. And I have the blessings to be able to be soon to be a father of 6. And I do have children as well. And I understand the concerns being a parent, but I also find that in this unique position, being the police chief as well, I think we need more collaboration and resources with the schools, the parents, before we just jump into strict enforcement right away and cause that divide between the community, where I'm trying to find a way so that we can all work together to resolve an issue as a community with law enforcement as a partner, not someone that's going to have a heavy hand in the stake and in trying to get enforcement through just strict black and white enforcement. So yes, we are going to meet. We're going to come up with some solutions. We're going to propose some projects, and hopefully we can get the funding and also the time to get it done sooner than later.
Great. I really appreciate you expanding on that. And I think that demonstrates some progress. I think we have been talking about this and without action for a very long time. So thank you. I don't have anything else.
Right. And I just wanted to clarify our process here. So I may have comments, but I don't have questions right now. So I would assume that comes after public.
Yeah, let's stay with questions. Are there questions? All right, Councilmember Catrano, I don't see a finger or a hand up, so let's go to public comment. And maybe let's let Bob Middlestat speak first. He's kind of the expert in this area, and let's let him go first. And I'm sorry, Mr. Middlestat, we can only give you 2 minutes. We have to be fair to everyone. Need to turn that button on.
Thank you. It's been exhausting in part because I think you have been treated to or mistreated in the comments and the tone in which comments have been made. On the specific item of how to respond to the grand jury report, I think you should be more accepting of what the grand jury has suggested, but I'm not going to spend any time at 11 o'clock at night debating the wording of that. If and when 1778 is passed and you have the authority to adopt an ordinance, a minimum age ordinance, we can talk about that. Super 73s are illegal. On April 16, Chief Norton of Central Marin Police said as much to the Tam Union High School District. 2 weeks later, he signed a letter with your chief saying that one popular brand was illegal, but they didn't name it, but everybody knew it was Super 73, and the lawyers made him take the name out of it. And the letter also said there's going to be a 2-week grace period, and then we're going to enforce the law, and then we're going to work on a school registration program. I don't know how you enforce the law without telling people what brand is illegal and which one they can't ride. I think as a public service, we owe it to the parents to tell them what not to do. I don't see any way to educate the kids about e-bike safety without telling them which brand they can buy and which ones are legal and which ones aren't. So I think, I don't know what's going on here. But on the modification point, the law says if a bike is capable of going more than 20, it's not a legal e-bike. So you don't have to see how fast it's actually going. It's what the capability is. Finally, there are over half of the electric bikes at White Hill are illegal. Once we have a school registration program, we'll be able to see if it works or not by judging how many there are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks for waiting. Michael, you're next.
Stephanie, thank you. I wholeheartedly support and agree, and I appreciate you bringing those comments up. And I've been so disappointed that other people have not brought up those same issues. Yes, it's the same person that criticizes things I don't like, but I think your comments were well stated. I sincerely appreciate them. When I was growing up, if we got caught on a mini bike or a motorcycle, we were not licensed with a provisional license at 15 and a half or 16, we were cited. And we used to go down and see the commissioner and get public service. I have redone all the library books in Sarenfeld. I know the Dewey Decimal System and painted American Cancer, done mailings for them. We're riding bikes under the age of 16. And I think that should be implemented. And I personally think when I see kids going up and down, including coming out of my property, and I do say things to them as lightly as I can, we are the parents and we're not exhibiting that role of saying, hey, you guys, this is not safe. And it's more than just a helmet. We've all seen some kid riding on the back wheel. That does not stop well. And so again, I appreciate your comments. And I do think that we should just have a blanket, hey, parent, be responsible. You don't need to give in to your kid for the newest, best little thing. It's not safe for your kid. And trust me, every kid that you save, so they don't have a permanent disability in the future because you said, don't ride these bikes. It's a child you saved. It's a community you saved. So I support that and thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I'm going to emphasize this a little bit differently. First off, I support our chief, and I think he's pursuing a reasonable path. I also support, believe it or not, Ms. Hellman's need or desire for urgency, but I think she's missing some subtleties to how it needs to be done out of her concern for what should be our paramount concern, our future, our kids. Kids are going to do what they're going to do, particularly if we fail to give them proper guidance. The emphasis here should be on caring for our kids and educating them as to what the risks are. If they understand the risk, they'll make the right choices themselves. They'll have peer pressure to make the right choices themselves. Instead of spending money on frivolous things that are performative, like $10,000 for a multicolored sidewalk that isn't even the right colors, maybe you could devote that money towards safety for kids on motorized bicycles and develop an innovative educational program. Maybe if you were concerned about kids' safety, you would be spending money on having properly painted white limit lines and stop lettering at intersections, rather than spending money on a multicolored crosswalk that just distracts people. I think you should spend money on educating the kids, and that's where you're going to get the best result. Please consider that.
Thank you. Any speakers in the room? Are there speakers on Zoom? Seeing none. I want to bring it back. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Hellman. And just to mention, I just want to remind folks where we were in 2020 after the horrific killing of George Floyd. There was a lot of protests in our town against all police, including our police, not wanting police to do things other than whatever was considered to be real police work. So now we're talking about the police chasing down kids. Well, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish, please? Well, that's fine, but I've heard this from a number of folks, and I think, you know, it's concerning. Marcy Trahan had committed to getting that registration program in place before she retired. Did not happen. Maybe she was very close on it. So I think Chief Tabaranza is going to follow through, and I think that's really a good thing. I think Councilmember Catrano has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm supportive of Chief Tabaranza's proposed response for the grand jury. I'm also supportive of Councilmember Hellman's passion about action and in doing something. I mean, we definitely have been talking about this for years, not just in Fairfax, but regionally, just trying to get a handle on it. We're lucky that you know, that has been heard up in Sacramento, and there will be a Marin specific piece of legislation that will be before the governor here in the next month or so, that will give some more flexibility for Marin to pass ordinances. But you know, whether we talk about it in Fairfax or we've talked about it at MCCMC or the Transportation Authority in Marin and all these other places, I think it really is going to come down to like creative collaborations that the chief was just alluding to, working with the school district, us as electeds being able to, you know, usher resources towards creative solutions. I don't think they have to, you know, we don't have to choose child safety for bicycling or celebration of pride. We don't have to make that sort of choice, as Mr. Greenberg was, you know, alluding to. But I do think it would be interesting to hear what comes from Chief Tabaranza's follow-up with the school district and figure out if there's a way that we can, you know, help get some pilot projects off the ground in partnership with the school districts. Obviously, we're starting to move away from the immediate response to the grand jury, but I think everyone on the council wants to be responsive to this. I think it is, seeing how our neighbors in Mill Valley and elsewhere have been trying to deal with this and what's working and what's not. And we've been fortunate that we have Gwen Fro and good folks with Safe Routes to School that are actually doing training at White Hill already related to e-bikes and e-bike safety, and more to do, but grateful that the chief is taking this on and look forward to supporting the initiatives that are forthcoming. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yeah, I'm going to echo a little bit about what Councilmember Catrano said. He and I are both on the Safe Routes to School Task Force, so this has come up a number of times. I also did talk with Mr. Middlestat, and I really appreciate his passion and his willingness to look into this so deeply and come up with solutions. And thank Councilmember Hellman also for just being really passionate about this. I didn't vote against it because I don't care about it. It's just that I was feeling like I would like to hear more from the chief about their collaboration, what they're doing before I started a discussion about it. But I'm very grateful to him for being willing to do that. We do have an educational program, as I think Councilmember Catrano just mentioned. It's through MCBC. I'm happy to circle back around with the MCBC folks to see how it's going and what other recommendations they have. We are also eventually going to have a bike ped advisory committee. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I was thinking that was something that group would take up. And I just have a question, which is, is there a way to enforce a speed limit on a bike? Is that something that would be even feasible on electric bikes that, I don't know, maybe it's okay for adults to go that fast too. So it's probably not feasible. I was just kind of curious about that as we were listening to this commentary, but thank everybody for bringing this up and for having a good discussion about it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I thank Chief Tabaranza for being here tonight and also for talking with me this afternoon. I also talked with him, and I had some questions about the way the grand jury response was worded, but his explanation made sense to me. And I'm glad that he's going to be meeting tomorrow with the new school superintendent, and I hope that things can move forward with this. And this has been a good discussion, but tonight's question was only, in the end, the response to the grand jury report, and I'd be happy to make a motion to approve these responses.
Before we do that, I think our town attorney, Colson, would like to mention something.
If I may, I don't usually research and look into grand jury responses, but I see them when they come on the agenda. And on this one, on R1, I am troubled by one thing, the actual language of it. The grand jury wants us to, by December 31st of this year.
Where are you?
R1.
R1, okay. Go ahead.
By December 31st of this year, each municipality in Marin should take all steps necessary to adopt an ordinance with regard to Class 2 e-bikes with, at a minimum, the following provisions. And B and C are what bother me, because state law right now says anybody under 18 has got to wear a helmet when operating an e-bike. But the language as written here is overbroad in my mind. It's not narrowly tailored to address the issue of underage individuals riding perhaps without helmets. So a 30-year-old riding a Class 2 e-bike is going to have to wear a helmet. It's all operators and all passengers. And that's more restricted than state law. It's not narrowly tailored to accomplish the goal of protecting the underage individuals. And so when I see specific language that has to be in an ordinance, I always like to have a little bit of wiggle room and say, if we're going to consider adopting an ordinance, that we just consider adopting an ordinance, not that we're going to do so, and that we have some flexibility as far as the provisions are concerned, and that we don't have to accept language that is exactly as written here, because I'm fearful that it would be found to be not narrowly tailored to the purpose and therefore subject to challenge. And so, and I understand the grand jury probably doesn't have legal assistance to fine tune and craft language and ordinances and whatnot, but I get a little bit concerned when we commit to adopting an ordinance that has specific language in it or does a specific thing without some kind of.
We're not committing to it. We're saying we're not implementing it.
But what I'm saying is that's one of the reasons why I would agree that we shouldn't commit to it, but we could commit to considering, but I'm
So
just.
I mean, that would be my preference. I think the language not warranted is somewhat offensive to me, actually. It's very, saving lives is warranted. So I would prefer to have a statement in there that says we will consider,
We could say a recommendation number R1 will not be implemented at this time due to the need for further research, additional fine tuning of language, but the council will consider addressing the issue, perhaps something like that.
I think you got to read that out because I started to write it. I have no idea what you said. I got
Well,
keywords.
instead of doing that, what I would recommend is that the idea of softening that a bit, perhaps, and I would work with the police chief to soften that up before it's due next week at the grand jury, where we would not completely shut down considering such an ordinance, but we wouldn't agree to necessarily adopt an ordinance, especially with this specific language in it. Would that be acceptable?
Could we, if we decided to make a motion, could we make a motion saying that you would work with the chief on the response to reach R1 to, and we're giving you the authority to do that.
Okay.
Is that
So
how
the response will be, we're not saying no, but we're saying consider.
Right.
Well, just based on what I understood, and I think the chief is still online, so we can see if this is incorrect. But from what I understood from my conversation with the chief earlier today, his concern, and I see your concern, Janet, that makes total sense to me, that the way this grand jury report is worded is telling us what the wording should be in our ordinance, and we should have control over that. And it may not be the right way to word it. So that's fine. That's a good concern. But the chief's concern, I think, was a little broader than that, if I understand it correctly, that he was feeling like the proper way to approach this problem is not by making an ordinance and then expecting Fairfax Police Department to chase down the kids and find them for not writing with, for violating this, that's problematic and isn't going to be effective. And that the way that I believe the chief was saying he thought it should be approached is through most likely the schools, and by a really vigorous program of permitting these bikes and weeding out the ones that are there. If you just go to the school and look at them, they're right there. They should not be there, these illegal bikes. So I don't know whether it's okay with me if in a way, if you, Janet, and the chief get together and think this through, but I think it's more than just wordsmithing. I think it's an actual issue that as to how is best to approach this problem. The grand jury said approach it by making an ordinance, and the chief says no, that's not necessarily the best way to do it. So I think we have a little bit bigger thing to work out here.
I don't think we're not ready to say one way or the other, but we're not ready. I'm personally not ready to say no ordinance. I appreciate what the chief's going to be doing in terms of collaborating with the other entities, but I don't think we're at a place, I'm not at a place to say, no, it's not inappropriate to consider an ordinance.
Well, I mean, even if we keep the words not warranted in there, does that preclude us from doing an ordinance anyway? I mean, just curious.
No, this is just a response to the grand jury.
I
We're
have
not committing to anything, I
I have
don't
a
think.
suggestion of just saying recommendation number R1 will not be implemented at this time, period. Rather than going into research, because the way you were reading it, it's kind of committing us to do something. And I think if we just say at this time, and then we go on to have all his discussion of his issues, I think just saying at this time, period, just leaves it open should the council decide in the future to do it. And we may not agree with what they're talking about. And so I think just saying will not be implemented at this time.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, how?
But can I just clarify that
but-
no one's asking an ordinance to chase down e-bikers, teen e-bikers? That's, I mean, I don't want to create a narrative that that's what we're expecting PD to do. And respectfully, Mayor, you made a statement and you made a statement and no one's talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Well,
don't
I
want
think
this to
there's a
get
lot to
spun
be figured out
into the
about this.
atmosphere that we want our cops chasing down teens on bikes. That is not what we're talking about. It's not
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
But on the other hand, and I don't know the answer to this, but it may be that some sort of ordinance on some level is something that the schools need in order to be able to effectively,
Right.
because they need some kind of power to be able to say, I'm taking your bike away. You know, and if they don't have any power, then they might. So,
So
you know,
let's,
this
let's
is
just
something
go
other
with my
people need.
suggestion. If the chief likes it, let's not beat this to death like we do everything. Chief Taveranza, would you be open to having the response to recommendation number 1, say recommendation number R1 will not be implemented at this time, period, and then still leave all your verbiage in there beyond that?
Yes, I'm happy to accept it. I think that's very reasonable.
No, I think his language is important. Well, then you can vote no.
The warranted language needs to go.
No, I said, listen,
You said
okay,
keep all
let me
the-
just say this. Recommendation number R1 will not be implemented at this time, period. You take out because it is not warranted. The other paragraphs that
Oh,
you
right.
have,
Right.
okay?
Okay. All right.
So
Totally.
Chief Tabaranza, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is okay, and I think that's very fair. Thank you.
All right, so with that, could we have a motion
Yeah. I
with that
move
change?
that we approve responses to the Marin County Civil Grand Jury report entitled With Power Comes Responsibility, Youth Under Age 16 Operating Class 2 E-Bikes, a Safety Risk, with the change suggested for the response to R1. Do I need to say
Okay.
more?
Would somebody like to second that?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, so that was Vice Mayor Blash and second, Councilmember Ackerman. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, okay, and we only have a few more minutes, but we have the 11:30 rule. Would somebody like to make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule?
So moved.
Somebody want to second that?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, okay, council reports and comments, to a large extent, those were covered. There were a couple folks who weren't able to make the due date, but I'm sure they'll provide those next month. Future agenda items. Okay. No. Let's move on to town managers report. Town managers report.
Thank you, Council. I just want to acknowledge how much work has been done in this room tonight. That we got a lot accomplished, and I think there's a lot going on in the town that's very positive. So I just want to highlight that again because I know we're all working hard, and I am half asleep. So,
Did you have
apologies for
anything to
that.
announce?
I do.
Okay,
I'm
let's.
getting there.
All right, let's do it.
Christine Foster has accepted our offer as the new deputy clerk / assistant to the town manager. So that's a promotion for her, well deserved. And
Excellent.
we are moving on.
Excellent. Congratulations. And we are very fortunate to have you with your expertise. Thank you, town manager. Okay, and no. All right, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. One, I like Christine. I appreciate Christine. I'm glad we have Christine. But how will this be affected with the upcoming election for disposal of our clerk position? That is the question, please.
Okay, we're not answering questions tonight, so thank you.
Okay.
And I want to adjourn in memory of Eric Pop, who was a wonderful man who worked for me at the Air District, very young, Clifford Pedroni, Ray Manley Jr., Marty Cornfield, and Doug Martin. Thank you all.